Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to today's San Benito County Board of Supervisors regular agenda for November 21st, 2017. Call to order at 9 o'clock in the morning. Exactly. Pledulations. Supervisor Munzer, would you please lead us?
Ready. Salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Supervisor Munzer. Next item on the agenda, acknowledge certificate of posting.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. Thank you. Presentations and recognitions. Supervisor Patello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I invite Mr. Wayne Norton to the podium, please?
Yeah.
Wayne, on behalf of San Benito County and the Board of Supervisors, I want to present you with this certificate of recognition for being a long-term ombudsman. And you know what? I forgot my notes at my desk. 1 second.
Do you want me to do it for you, Anthony? I could just go ahead and do it for you if it'd be helpful.
Well, you know, every community has somebody like Wayne Norton who is super, super special. And Aromas is lucky to have this man in the fact that, as we know, that old Chevron commercial, even though you're not really for fossil fuels and we're for sustainable energy, being a doer. And all your life you've been a doer. I've known Wayne from his days at the Hollister Freelance. That was back in the mid-'80s?
Yeah, 80s. So Casey was just little.
Yeah, it's just amazing. And you've remained involved in the community, not only just in the Ombudsman program, which is absolutely vital for our senior citizens, and I don't know how they'll replace you. That's real concerning to San Benito County and Board of Supervisors. But you've been involved in a number of organizations, and I'm going to list a few of them. Aroma Service Club, the Hollister Exchange Club, the San Juan Rotary. I think you're a founding member of a great group there that we're very proud in San Juan Bautista for all the fine things that Rotary does internationally and nationally and locally. And you've always been a man that stood up for the environmental, economic, and social justice for all citizens. And I guess you're one of the founding members of the Aromas Progressive Action League.
That's right.
Yeah. It's more of a democratic group. I haven't been invited because I'm a Republican, but that's okay. You know, I applaud any group that wants to elect responsible people to public service that serves all of us. And this is outstanding that people are getting involved, and you're a leader amongst them. And you're currently on the board with the Aromas Water District, which has done a fine job providing water for the Aromas area for a number of years, and you're doing quite well financially and structurally, thanks to Vicki Morris and your guidance, of course. But you know, most importantly, what we're here to honor you on is you being a chair for the San Benito County Aging and Long-Term Care Commission and being an ombudsman, and that's what we're missed the most. And I can't believe that you're retiring from that. But you have a lot of other activities. You got grandkids, and just a nice big community that you're still be involved with and work hard. Congratulations, Wayne, and we really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Supervisor Botello. I really appreciate it. And I want to thank the board for all of the support that you've given over the years to elder issues in San Diego County. And speaking as the chairman of the Aging and Long-Term Care Commission, your support has meant a lot. Supervisor Rivas came to one of our meetings a couple months ago, or a couple years ago now, I think it has been, and it's made a difference. Now we have way more county involvement than we used to have, and I know that you were able to support AB 550, which is a bill currently in the legislature, which would increase funding for the Ombudsman program, which is absolutely vital to keep protect vulnerable elders. And I want to thank the community members, my friends and neighbors. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. Aromas, I've always said Aromas is paradise. Aromas is just a great place to live. And I am really proud to be able to help in any way I can to keep it a great place to live. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before Wayne sits down, I just want to mention to Mary and Vicki that sounds like you have some free time now for United Way.
I thought I was spending some time next to Marty back here.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, Supervisor Botello.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we'll go to public comments. This is an opportunity to address the board on items of interest not appearing on the agenda. Notation may be taken unless provided by Government Code Section 54954-2. Do you have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Vicky Fortino and Mary Dan.
Good morning. Thank you for letting us be here today. I'm really happy to be here when Wayne gets honored because the Ombudsman's program is one of United Way's agencies that we fund. We fund that program. And it's great to see Vicki here because Aromas Water District runs a United Way employee giving campaign, which is what we're here to talk about. We're hoping, after many years of not having a campaign with the county, that we can get an employee giving program going again. I've spoken to Ray a few times, and Jamie Murray, who's here too, she really was the catalyst because we went to a meeting in Santa Cruz County where they were starting their campaign, which they do every year, and she was the chair. So she graciously said, I'll help you get this if there's anything I can do. So thank you, Jamie. Just quickly, a little bit about what we're doing today. We're funding 25 agencies. They are all critical service and agencies that provide programs for youth, for health, and for, what else? Financial stability, so that our community can be healthy and happy. Our kids can grow up in a great environment. Stuff the Bus, you're familiar with. I've been before you before speaking about that. We've increased that. We've exceeded our goal every year. We had over 2,000 backpacks stuffed and filled. Every single school in our county received the amount of backpacks that they asked for, and we still have more. So that program is a completely separate initiative for United Way. It is not funded through employee giving. The employee giving program strictly goes to the nonprofit agencies, and the agencies are selected by community members. They're not selected by United Way. They're vetted. Supervisor Munzer and Supervisor Botello are very familiar with the way that United Way vets our programs. Anthony served on our allocations committee this year, and I think
was a lot of fun.
Was really excited about it. It is a lot of fun. We invite any members of the community to join us in that process. The other initiative that we do that is not funded through employee giving is our 211, which has really helped our community over the past few years in different ways. And I know I don't have a lot of time to talk about that, Is there any questions?
Mr. Chair, go ahead. I was going to ask, Mr. Chair, if I may, if staff would be able to work with Vicki on looking at rolling out this in our county for employees.
Okay. Supervisor Munzer?
Well, my comment was that I just want to thank you both for coming. I know serving on the United Way board for a few years ago, and know the importance of the role that you play in this county, in this community. And we certainly are pleased and excited about supporting you.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Supervisor Botello?
Yeah, I'm happy to see that you made our meeting this morning and it made a fine presentation. I think it's really behooves all of us in the community get involved with the local United Way, whatever we can, whether it's a small contribution or actively participating with some of the programs that they sponsor and the organization itself. And I really think that we need to find a way for our employees to make a easy, deductible contribution out of our, salaries or paychecks or what have you, and to support, our local nonprofits.
I think, Mr. Ray, I think the board is in agreements. Let's work with United Way. And actually, I'll go a little bit further, and I don't know how you want to do it from the deductions and all that, but I think start with United Way and then see if there's any other nonprofit groups that also want to come in and join with San Bernardino County too. I think it's a wonderful idea. Okay, see ya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's wonderful to see all of you, to see people that have a heart for our community as we do, and to know that Ray has been very helpful in getting this started, and we appreciate your support over the years and going forward.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you for
you.
the presentation. Okay, next speaker card.
Joan Lauder-Moser.
Why don't you go up, we've switched the order a little bit to have.
Chantal would be first.
Do you have a speaker card for Chantel?
Medzik. She has a speaker card. Yeah.
Okay.
Hi. I'm talking about the San Juan Canyon area where the Wilson project, I don't know if the planning department has talked to you about it, but anyway, we call it the Wilson Ranch, and they have been violating their red tag for over a year now. Anyway, first of all, I want to thank Jose Martinez, Anita, and Rosie at the planning department for helping us with this. They've really been a godsend. Jose's new to the department, and he's actually in the planning part, but now he's been put into the code enforcement area because the code enforcement officer is on leave right now. So we're hoping they'll continue to do the efforts that they've been making to get this guy to stop doing these violations. These violations have been going on for way too long. The work has just been continued even after he's been red tagged. He's managed to put a house up there with a swimming pool, septic tank, air conditioning. He's graded over 2 miles of roads that were non-existent before. So we need a better process. I was been complaining with the planning department and code enforcement for almost a year now, and the process seems to be falling apart. So one of the things seems to be, for an example, I didn't know that there was a complaint form that you needed to, and that might have sped things up if I would have been able to know that in the first place. And also the red tag. If we had the information of the red tag, we could probably have called the sheriff department on the weekends because that's when this guy was doing most of the work. So that would have been something that would have been helpful to get the sheriff department out. This guy that's been doing this has a history of this. He's done this in Corral de Tierra. What he does is he goes ahead after he's done all the work that he wants to do. He pays his fees and his fines, and then the neighborhood is left to deal with what's left. So anyway, I think that if we look into a better procedure where the public can help, because the neighbors can watch. I know your resources are short, and once a violation is tagged on these people, they need to be watched, and the best people to do that is the neighborhood. And if there's a better procedure that we can, again, make it easier for us to do that. So that's my complaint.
Thank you, madam. Okay, you have the next.
Good morning. I'm Joan Laudermoser. I may be one of the longest residents of the San Juan Canyon. We have lived there for 35 years. We've enjoyed the peace, the beauty, the wildlife, and the people there. And we are just devastated and appalled by the destruction that's going on with this particular Wilson construction. It's very scary to see roads built that are unstable. One of the concerns in the San Juan Canyon is for safety, to keep the roads clear, for all of us to cooperate. There's a real wonderful feeling in living in the canyon that everybody is enjoying it. Everybody wants to be there. Everyone wants to keep it safe. And we don't have this feeling lately. I personally am very upset that it has gone on for this long. So I do urge the building department to enforce the code. It's the thing to do. It's what makes San Juan Canyon a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Next speaker, Carden.
Tony Cannavaro.
Mr. Chair?
Hold on, Chase, go ahead. Supervisor Munzer?
Oh, is this on the same subject matter? Okay, never mind.
You want me to go ahead? Okay.
So,
Hi. Thank you for welcoming us here today. My name is Cindy Reeves. I've actually passed out a packet of photographs with a map and then also photographs of the job site. I am a resident at 5000 San Juan Canyon Road. We have lived there as a family for 21 years. My husband's family has owned ranch property up by Fremont Peak since 1929. And I'm here also to voice my concern over the series of activities, unpermitted grading, building, and just gross negligence on private property. This property happens to be exactly across the road from where we live. So we see everything firsthand. And I would also like to reiterate what Joan said as far as the safety concern. We were afraid to actually voice a complaint because of some of what we'd heard of our neighbor. So the safety issue is a huge thing for us. Having lived there for so long, we've never felt that kind of feeling, like Joan said. And this gentleman has a history in the past and was also on camera. It was recorded, him taking water from a neighbor, an adjacent property, which is something to make note of. We watched over the past 2 years the ultimate progression and destruction of the sheer face of the canyon, which is the location where the neighbor built a home, swimming pool, septic, etc. We also have been able to watch these nesting eagles, which now are gone, that were in the hillside. Our main concerns, other than the general safety, was the geological stability of the cliff and mountain and the building site, which was unpermitted. We had heard that the area, and by the maps you could kind of see the gradation of the area, that it was an unbuildable area. So we were dumbfounded that anyone would try to put a home on that sheer face. I believe it's at least a 30% grade, maybe even more. The other concern is for erosion. With last year's rains, he had only graded a driveway area, and with those rains, there was probably a 750 to 1,000 feet swath of silt that came down onto San Juan Canyon Road, plugged the drains, and ultimately the county had to come and clean that mess up. The neighbor only cleaned to his property line. Again, the community safety, this particular neighbor's disregard.
Thank you, madam.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
I'll try to. My name is Tony Cannavaro. I'm also a Canyon resident, and I'm basically here to kind of reiterate what the three previous speakers have talked about. This is, to me, a very, very serious issue. I'm a builder by trade, and I have watched this taking place over the last 2 years. The slopes are far, far, far in excess of what most counties would allow any kind of construction on, let alone the kind of roads. There are over 2 miles, perhaps even as many as 2.5 miles of roads that he has put in on a sheer face, which means he's had to pull out all the natural habitat in order to do this. So that makes it all far, far more likely to erode. And if we have another winter like we do, we may lose part of the canyon road. And to be really quick, though, in that particular area of the canyon, the county road right-of-way, which is actually county property, not easements on other people's property, but county property, is 100 foot wide. Right there, the parallel to the county road is what we would call the old haul road. That was the road that they used to take material out of the quarry, the new quarry, and so on and so forth. He owns the haul road, this Wilson guy owns the haul road, but everything from that haul road to the county road is county property, not his. All the wall that he put up, the gate, the fancy, that's all on county property, and therefore, in my opinion, is county liability. The erosion that happened even in the first year after that extended down probably a half a mile. The sand and silt flowed in that and blocked most of the culverts and so on and so forth. And in addition to sort of backing up what my fellow Canyonites have said, I think the county is at considerable risk in not having enforced this, or not in the sense following up on this. I think this is a very, very important thing. This is not somebody building a 12 by 12 woodshed which is 2 feet too big. This is miles and miles and miles of heavy construction with no engineering, nobody watching. There's going to be fire hazards. A great many trees have been taken out. In fact, while he was doing the work, he had hired several A1 dump trucks, drivers to drive from the A1 rents. One of them overturned in the canyon because he was hiring youngsters who had never driven dump trucks before. Overturned, and the canyon was blocked for 6 hours, I believe. 5 at least, because I was in the line for 5 hours waiting to get out. Anyway, I just wanted to reiterate how extensive and difficult this problem has been, and how grateful we are that the county was able to do something about it.
Thank you, sir. Sir.
But it took an enormous amount of effort.
Thank you.
Steven Slovacek.
Does this pertain to this subject matter?
I believe so. I don't know.
Supervisor Munzer, you have some comments?
If Supervisor Botello wants to have this agendized, I would definitely support him on this so that we can get more information and to hear from our RMA director the situation.
Yeah, I've been in conversation for quite a few months with the residents up there about this particular problem, and this is something that I think, besides this obvious infractions that are going on up there, we need more code enforcement support and follow through with some real teeth. I think all of our districts are facing a handful of problems that we're kind of just short, and maybe, I don't know if the meeting in December is doable, but the first meeting in January, maybe we could have some sort of update from the RMA to have a plan. Maybe we have a plan now.
Right. Good morning, supervisors. I don't have a plan. This is the first I'm hearing about this particular code enforcement issue. As you know, our code enforcement officer is out on leave right now. Coincidentally, she just called me, so we talked about it. She's going to send me some information, and then we're going to schedule a meeting with the building official as well. December 12th might be a little early for us to get something back to you, but maybe the first meeting in January.
Okay. Then on that note, we'll have the first meeting and discuss about it in January.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Next speaker card.
Valerie Eggman.
Good morning, supervisors. That was a difficult subject to get around. I would have preferred to follow up on the health issues that were earlier. However, thank you for the opportunity for public comment. And I got up last night at 1 o'clock in the morning. I said, I got to have my head together to speak on this issue. So I wrote down, and so I'll be reading a lot of this, not a lot. REACH is the acronym for Recreation, Exercise, and Community Health, and is the Parks Foundation for San Benito County. Therefore, REACH San Benito County, right? No brainer. Okay, last spring, REACH received the Shipper Design Creatives for Community Grant Award. Through the year, our marketing committee worked with the design team to create the parks locator card you may have noted in your boxes the last couple of weeks. The objective of this card is to encourage county residents to explore and find parks, trails, and paths near and far from them to explore. The public service card provides a promotion of health by getting outdoors. All of the science points to simple outdoor activity as significantly increasing mental and physical health. That's a big deal because a healthy community is a productive and happy one. A fit population is the bank our businesses draw employees from. Professionals, active adults, and families move to areas that have plenty of access to parks, paths, and trails. The REACH Board financed the local printing of an initial 1,000 cards to distribute about the county to confirm its usefulness. The reaction has been overwhelmingly positive as a keeper card to locate parks. We have applied for and received a nonprofit status mailing permit that will cut mailing costs by more than half. Right now, we are actively seeking donors to match the REACH Board funding to print locally and mail these cards to all 23,000 residences in the zip codes of all the supervisorial districts of San Benito County. During this giving season, REACH San Benito Parks Foundation has prioritized its effort to promote a healthy community. So, here's the card that you may have seen. Do you want to see a bigger image?
Yeah, sure.
Ta-da! This image has had such a positive response when we were at the Olive Festival, when we take these little cards, try to pepper them around the community. People pick them up and say, oh, well, and then they turn them over and they say, wow. And they put them in their purse. They tuck them away. They take them home because they are a keeper card for our families to have and encouragement for better health in the community that will be prosperous for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie.
Marty Richmond.
There you go, Marty.
Thank you, guys.
Take your time. That's okay.
Good morning, Marty Rich from Hollister. I wanted to take a minute to say a word on behalf of Thanksgiving, the perfect holiday, okay? I always thought it was a perfect holiday because there's no gift-giving pressure at Thanksgiving. When I was working stiff, you usually got 4 days off, and finally you can eat yourself sick and nobody says anything. So my wife Joyce and I would like to say to all our friends in San Benito County, Happy Thanksgiving. It's a great holiday. There's usually nobody running around with their hair on fire over religious complaints or cultural complaints or any other kind of complaints. Everybody's normally pretty happy around Thanksgiving, and that's the way every holiday should be. So we wish you a happy Thanksgiving to all the members of the San Benito County administration, agencies, and all the citizens of San Benito County. Thank you for your time.
That's all the speakers.
Okay, thank you. Now we go to department head announcements. Right?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do have an item from our library. We have Nora Conte here, our librarian. Give you a brief announcement.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, public, and those that are listening at home. Happy holidays to all of you. From all of us, we wish you a happy holiday season. I wanted to just let you know that we will be celebrating once again our annual holiday program at the library, and it is our 12th annual. Children do come to visit the library. Santa is there, and the children receive treats. But also very important is that every year the library gets an opportunity, with the help of the Friends of the Library, to help the children build their home libraries. So let individuals know to come visit the library. Parents are welcome to bring their cameras, take a picture with Santa, and choose a book that the children can take home for their library. Happy holidays, and we'll hope to see you on the 14th.
Thank you, Nora.
We also have announcement out of administration. Item number 9 on consent, the office hour closure for holidays. There's a slight correction. Item number 9 from our elections department. It states that they'll be open for business except for January 2nd. Actually, that's a typo. It should be just January 1st. They'll be open for business on the 2nd. So I just want to make sure that was clear with the board when we go into consent. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Actually, Ray, can you do me a favor? Can you also reach out to COG? Because COG just approved the same thing up to January 2nd. See if it was a typo error on that. Because I also thought the same thing at that time.
Well, I will. I'll look into that.
You look into that? Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just looked at it. So it's reopened on the 2nd.
On the 2nd.
Yeah, so COG's okay. It was just the elections. They were closed on the 2nd.
So everyone else will be closed
everyone
on the
else 2nd? Everyone else will be open on the 2nd.
Everyone else will be open?
Should be. Most departments
but
are.
Can you check on COG just to make
I
sure?
just did right now.
Oh, you did? Okay.
It's on the agenda right now for us.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks, Ray. Good service. Thank you. All right. That concludes your...
That does, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Board announcements. Supervisor Medina?
Nothing.
Supervisor Patello?
Was the San Juan Aromas Hollister District is had enough announcements for one day.
Thank you. Supervisor Munzer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate Marty's talk on wishing everybody a happy Thanksgiving. If we think about it long enough, we can all be thankful for something if we're alive and breathing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Munzer. Supervisor Rivas?
I have nothing, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make it real quick. We will have a ribbon cutting event today at 1:30 at the at 1661 San Felipe Road, which is the grand opening of the homeless center. That we took a lot of time and a lot of cooperation and commitment from the public and all the elected officials. Is that correct, Ray? You're looking at me kind of puzzled.
I think it's 1161.
1161, sorry. Got one extra one. 1161. At 1:30, the public is invited to come. The board will go into recess at 1:30 and then reconvene back to the board meeting after an hour or so. Also, we'll be going into closed session immediately after consent agenda for one item only. Okay. All right, perfect. Is there any of the supervisors wish to pull any of the consent items?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I need to recluse myself from item 5, perception of conflict of interest.
Duly noted. Thank you, Supervisor Munster. Supervisor Supervisor Medina,
12 and 14.
you wish to pull it out?
Yes.
12 and 14, Medina. Any other supervisor? None? Do you have anybody from the public?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Number 4.
Number 4, public. Okay. What's the wishes of the board?
I'll make a motion to approve the amended consent agenda as stated.
And the recommendation from the CEO
And
of the
the
change date.
recommendation from the CEO to amend item number 9.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries. Thank you. Item number 4, from the public.
Tina Wyatt.
Impact fees.
I don't know what the issue is. Yeah.
Good morning, Chairman Dela Cruz, members of the board. I'd also like to share and wish you all a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you all for your service for our community. I'm here on behalf of the Business Council to respectfully request a delay for the approval of the new impact fee schedule until at least your December 12th meeting, only until data that wasn't unfortunately provided by the consultant or in your staff report can be gathered and analyzed in order to provide us with comparative data. Old versus new fees, how the fees compare to other communities, especially when it comes to business attraction, and our ability to see if and how it may impact our ability to attract local jobs to our community. We simply can't synthesize and make assumptions until this data is collected and analyzed. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone on this item?
Marty Richmond.
This is this item, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Marty Rich from Hollister. I'd like to take this opportunity to perhaps educate the public on impact fees. Impact fees are legally the get-even fees. In other words, they are, if properly used, designed to offset the impacts of development or improvements. And so, therefore, this is a legal case where we hire someone to make a legal evaluation of what the costs are, and then we split them up and assign them appropriately. They are not a, quote, benefit that someone gives us for the right to develop. They are the get-even fees. I encourage the county to use development agreements to get other impact mitigating money for the permission to develop. Everyone I talk to in the county and the city of Hollister complains about our infrastructure problems. We don't have enough money for infrastructure. You had a meeting at COG and you talked about roads. That's infrastructure. If you don't have recreation, that's infrastructure. If your education system isn't here, that's infrastructure. There's no good way for a county such as ours to come up with infrastructure money on a short notice. Yes, it's one thing to collect the fees, and we will do it, and wait 30 years to put something in. Well, for those 30 years, you don't get to use it because you don't have it. The money's sitting in an account somewhere, and it doesn't matter. It's not doing any benefit to anybody while you're trying to accumulate enough to finish a road or build a recreation area or put an educational opportunity in. But what you can do is when people come and ask for the valuable asset of being able to develop, you can say to them, we would like to do a development agreement and we would like to hear what you got to offer. That is what all the other cities around are doing, and and counties around, and I don't think we're doing a good job. I certainly don't think Hollister's doing a good job of it, and I don't think the county's doing a good job of it. I think we can do more. I believe this is enormously valuable. Let's just take the Santana Ranch, for example, and concerning impact fees. They paid their impact fees, whatever it was, and they, basically put in a traffic light and did a couple of other odds and ends. And we made some hay fields out there that were worth probably $1,000 an acre, worth $150,000 an acre overnight. As soon as we said, you can develop it. And in return, we didn't ask for much. If you look at all these other cities and counties, they're asking for a lot more. I think that's the way we should do business. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay.
Those are all the speakers.
That's all. Okay. Ray, is it okay we wait till the December 12th meeting if the board wishes to go in that direction?
If the board wishes, the data, if you look at the schedule, if you look at the attachment in the staff report itself under San Benito County Development Impact Fee Final Backup Information, there's definitely the information's in there. It's been a lot of work that staff's been working on with the ad hoc, so it might be good for the ad hoc to chime in right now if they'd like. But we've waited quite a long time. If the board wishes to defer it for 2 more weeks, I don't see it to be an issue. But we definitely want to move forward with it. We could actually move forward with other things in the future. Administrative staff would like to put on the agenda during our board retreat bonding and other vehicles to move forward with some of these projects sooner than 30 years from now and utilizing some of these funds. But we do want to move forward with this. The board has actually requested to move forward with this, and we do have old data as you look on page 40 of 68 as an example. It shows existing impact fee, and then you have the new fee associated with it. So that's just an example of a lot of the work that's gone into this. So it's up to the board, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so timing is not an issue, but I do support your comments, and I respect those comments, and I agree with you 100%. I would, when you have a member of the public just say, give us an extra 2 weeks, I have no problems. But in light of moving forward for about 2 years on this, I'm okay. But it's at the board level today, and it's majority rules today, and whatever the board wishes to go, I will comply with those wishes. Supervisor Botello, you're the other member of the committee.
We've been working on this for so long, longer than I even care to think, and we certainly want to continue working with the Business Council. They're a very important organization, and their input is valued by, I think, all of us. But I really do believe we got to move forward with these impact fees, to get them updated, and start implementing this process. And the sooner we start collecting a little bit more money. I like the idea about bonding. I think that's something that the county needs to look into on some projects, as well as maybe joint projects with the city, hopefully in the future. And that doesn't take away, the necessity for bigger projects that will have development agreements. It's the smaller projects, the one house type of application that this kind of kicks in, and otherwise we're not collecting anything. So I feel comfortable just making a decision today. If there's something that is strikingly unbusiness friendly, that might be an incentive to move an application through, or we'll take a look at it at a future date.
Okay, Supervisor Medina.
No comment.
Okay, all right. So, any of the other supervisors wish to? What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll make a motion that we approve item number 4 as recommended.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Against?
8.
Supervisor Rivas, is your a yes or no vote? Okay, it passes 3-2. Okay, it passes. All right, next item. Number 12.
No, number 5.
I'm sorry. Oh, sorry about that.
5 goes before 12.
Sorry, I apologize. Number 5.
And I need to recluse myself on perception of conflict of interest.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So this is a simple majority then. A simple vote on this.
Who brought this up?
What's the pleasure of the board?
Didn't we just
Who brought
approve
this
it?
up?
No, he's recusing from himself on this. He wanted to pull it out of.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Is there a motion on the
I'll
table?
make a motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. You want to call Jerry back? Just to show for the record that
Did-
Supervisor Munzer recused himself from this.
And did you ask the public for comment on that?
Anyone from the public?
No.
None.
I got you. I didn't get that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now we go to number 12. All right. Who pulled number? Supervisor Medina?
I just brought this up, or brought it out for a certain reason. I just wanted to make sure that, want to know who has the contract to fix the levee. When is the levee going to start? And when are we going to complete?
So I'm very happy to answer this question and pass most of it off to Mr. Girton here.
Thank you.
RMA's been handling the bulk of that process.
Thank you.
Right, so the low bid, or the bids came in, the low bidder was Granite Rock Construction. We're currently working out the details of the contract with them. We expect to have that sometime this morning signed, and then once we get that, we'll work with them on timeline for getting them out there and getting work on the construction started.
Can we have them out there by Monday?
We're trying to get them out sometime this week, so
Okay.
Monday would be the outside of that, yeah.
And what was the contract price, or what are we looking at? Roughly?
50, around 460,000.
Around 460,000. Thank you.
456, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody from the public? Anyone? None? Bring it back. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve per staff's approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion.
abstain.
Oh, you're going to abstain. I'm sorry. 401. Okay. Item number 14. Supervisor Medina?
I also pulled this out for informational purposes. I wanted to, can I invite
Absolutely.
either Mr. Anderson or Brian, one of the two?
Don't worry about it. We don't bite.
Not today. I wanted to just go on the record to talk about the park. I know you have submitted plans to the planning department. Is that correct?
Yes, for the community park, we've submitted improvement plans or construction drawings for that for their review.
And when will this, once it's approved, once the planning department looks at everything and everything is approved, when would you start construction on this park?
We would start late spring, summertime of 2018.
So we're looking
next
at
year.
hopefully by August it will be completed?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
To break ground on the park.
When would it be completed?
How long do you think it would take to complete the park?
2 or 3 months. It's not a lengthy project.
Can we possibly look at trying to move that up a little bit and have it for the summertime? If the planning is able to go ahead and approve these drawings and plans?
Yeah, we can definitely look into that. We do appreciate you bringing this up, though. I think Brian did turn in plans.
Yes, he did.
On the park. How long ago, Brian? A couple months?
Late summer. Maybe.
Okay, so yeah, we definitely want to stay on that
Okay.
schedule, and we'll review and see if the plans are approved, if we can start sooner than late spring, summer.
Perfect. And what is the process of approving something like that, RME Director?
Without knowing the details of this specific process, this specific project, there are processes for each of the tentative maps that we have with them, and there's the conditions that go along with those and the mitigations that go along with those, and so those all get met in a process. And
Yeah, this is just for the park. They submitted the plans in. Now, what's the process of?
So right now they're
Just the
being
park.
reviewed by James Walgren, and then
Okay.
he'll be working with them to set the hearing date to get those moving.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's the time frame on something like that?
Has he given you a time frame? No. I don't know that answer right now. I can get that for you, though.
Okay, because they were submitted in when? Summer?
I'd say late summer.
Okay. So it's been a couple months just trying to move this along to make sure we don't fall into any issues as we did in the past.
Right, and that's one of the reasons that we asked Mr. Walgren to stay on
Perfect.
after I got here to keep these larger projects moving forward.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone from the public? None? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve the final map per staff recommendation.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries. All right, now we're done with consent. We will now go to closed session for one item only. County Council?
At this time, we're going to meet regarding one item of item number 26, closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to section 54956.9, number of cases. This morning that will be heard is one. Closed session is authorized pursuant to 54956.9, D2 and E1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, anyone from the public? Hey, Barbara, what number was that?
That was item number. Pardon?
I'm going to move them just to let you know.
No reportable action?
We will now, the Board of Supervisors will now reconvene as IHSS Public Authority, sitting as the Public Authority for Individual Services. Item number 19.
Spent my whole weekend reading it.
Gentlemen,
Sorry.
you just wish to speak about
Yes, sir.
you?
Never happen again, Mr.
Point of order, do we have to adjourn as the Board of Supervisors?
Yes. Yes.
I will make the motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Against? We will now reconvene as the IHSS Authority. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have our Director, Jim Riding Sword, here to comment on this item, but I wanted to make sure the board and the public's aware that this item, there is a change in law with regards to the minimum wage, and we have IHSS employees that we need to address those wages, so that's why we're here today, but Jim can elaborate a little further if he likes. Jim?
Sure. Well, first of all, on the item itself, there's an error in here. The item should say approve in-home supportive services public authority rate change, package, and adopt resolution authorizing acceptance of contract, period. The rest of that, I don't know how it got in there. It doesn't apply to us or to this item. It's a behavioral health item, and I've talked with Alan about it, and it's already been taken care of. So that language just simply doesn't apply here.
Okay.
Okay? So secondly, as you know, the state has passed laws to raise minimum wage, and so therefore, in the case of in-home supportive services, we need to be consistent with those laws. We actually are going to cover that in a little more detail on an item on your regular agenda. But this action that you would take today would be consistent with that state law, would raise the minimum wage for in-home supportive services providers to the current minimum wage for the term of the contract that you would have with them, and then I assume it would be revisited at the next time that you open discussion on contract. Again, we'll, we just need to keep up with what's going on with that in terms of this program. So that's what this action would do if you adopt it today.
Thank you. Any questions, comment from the board?
Got a comment.
You got to go, Supervisor Vitello.
It's just, amazes me in Sacramento. They keep passing these laws increasing minimum wage and then turning around and cutting back on the program. They should at least be keeping up with the additional costs. It's really, really too bad that these unfunded mandates keep kind of flowing down to the county to meet. And this is going to be a real problem for all the counties in the state, I think, is this IHSS. And I feel sorry for the program workers. as I think the counties have a hard time meeting these costs as they escalate, and the minimum wage keeps increasing.
That concludes your report.
That's all I have to say.
We will do a little more detail on that particular subject because we were asked to under item number 19 today.
Thank you. And I appreciate Supervisor Batalo's comments from an RC perspective, because they're really heavily affected by this, and so is at that CSAC level too. There's two items that are very, very highly affected at the CSAC level too. That's the in-home support services, because in a couple of years, that expenditure will now be transferred over to local jurisdiction, which means allocation out of general fund. So this increase in wage, the state's not going to cover it. We're going to have to cover it in 2 years. And then you're also talking about negotiations that we're about to enter with in-home support services in the near future. So all those expenditures might be covered by the state of California at the moment, but in a couple of years, it's all going to be hitting the general fund locally. And the other hot issue that we're about to talk to is the marijuana at the CSAC level too. Thank you, Jim.
Okay.
And Supervisor Rivas? Thank you. Supervisor Munzer?
Nothing.
Let me open up to the public. Anyone from the public? Then I'll close it. What's the pleasure of the board?
Approval of Resolution 2017-125, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries 5-0. Okay. Is there a
Thank
motion to adjourn as the IHSS Public Authority and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors to regular session?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. Now we'll go to item number 17. Hold public hearings. John or Ray?
Yes, we have our RMA director here for this particular item. This is regarding realignment on item number 17, and I will look to see where he's at. Give me a second. Is he again? Okay. Give us a few minutes, Mr. Chair.
Your computer.
I can't talk to you.
17.
I mean, I can.
Okay, supervisors, I apologize. I thought this was a consent item. So this item is just to have a public hearing to discuss approval of a controlled access agreement with Caltrans relative to their plans for improvements to Highway 25. And with that, if you have any questions, I don't have any details on the project myself.
Perfect. Supervisor Botello?
Not a whole lot of questions other than, maybe a comment. Again, it's kind of a state agency. We've been working on Highway 25 for quite some time on COG. The chairman has done a lot of work on this, as well as his predecessor, Supervisor Munzer. And just going back and forth, just so the community knows, the cost of Highway 25 is so high. It's because of the state requirements to have a frontage road, eliminate accesses, and acquire more property for the expansion of 25. And, we have very little say as far as those designs go. And we kind of have to play along in order to move a project forward. I'm hoping that in the future, with the increase in the impact fees, that I don't think the traffic impact fees were increased too much, but there's a portion of that goes to the Highway 25 widening. We're probably explore a sales tax that a portion of that will go towards the widening, and it's have to be a phased program. This kind of helps us move, the expansion along, and show the public that we're serious about doing this. I think that's about all I have to say, Mr. Chairman. You probably have more to say on it.
Actually, perfectly what you just said. Perfect. Supervisor Munzer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John, I believe this came before the Planning Commission meeting at their last meeting also.
It did on the 15th.
Yeah, and so I saw it on their agenda, and I contacted Mary Gilbert of COG to make sure that this in no way would affect what the Mobility Partnership Committee is doing, where we're working with VTA on the realignment of 152 and 25 together, and she assured me that it wasn't going to affect it. So I am fine with moving forward on this, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other comments from the other supervisors? None? I'll open up to the public. Have any speaker cards? None? Okay. What's the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion to approve Resolution 2017-127 and approve the staff recommendation.
Perfect. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. We'll take a quick 5-minute break so we can have our staff prepare for the next item, number 18.
quick. If you have a speaker card for item 20 or 18, can you give it to me right now, please, so we're not doing that? 18 or 20.
All right, we will now start with number 18.
Well, look at, I have it all written.
To hold a public hearing on number 18. John or Sarah?
Yes. Good morning, Board. So the item before you here is a revision and an update to the personal cannabis cultivation ordinance. It did go to the Planning Commission, and per their recommendation, they are recommending that the registration requirement be kept and that outdoor cultivation be prohibited in San Benito County. And then there's just some other minor updates, for example, citation to SB 94, as well as corrections to citations to San Benito County Code. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Questions from the board? Or you guys want to wait till public comments, or you guys have questions?
I just have one quick question, and I just want to be clarified because we went back and forth on this. On personal use, and that's what we're talking about right now, outdoor, the 6 plants are not allowed to be grown outdoors.
That's
unless
correct.
You have the exemption. It's some sort of exemption, right?
Let me go through that a little bit with you. So currently, the way that the ordinance is that you could cultivate your 6 plants outdoors so long as you meet all the other requirements of the ordinance. This would prohibit any outdoor cultivation, even of 1 plant for personal use. So there would be no personal cultivation for outdoor.
Okay, and then the last question I have, just so it's clear, there is or there isn't going to be some form of registration for personal cannabis cultivation.
There would continue to be. There currently is, as in the last ordinance that the board adopted. There would continue to be that registration requirement. And just for your own edification, this would not be something that would be acting as a Fourth Amendment waiver, but simply as a way to understand which sites where a code enforcement officer might smell or see cannabis has not registered with the county.
Okay. Are there any fees attached to that?
There could be, and the board can adopt fees. At this time, there are no fees associated with the registration requirement. And part of that also is something that we would have to talk to RMA and potentially the sheriff's office about with IT, is making maybe some sort of simplified registration form, maybe online, providing paper handouts, et cetera, to the community.
Is it uncommon to assess a fee for personal cultivation?
It varies by jurisdiction. Certainly, John might have some information about his experience in Monterey, but jurisdiction to jurisdiction, it does depend.
I certainly think that we should have that.
Sure, it's not uncommon to charge a fee for that. It's really just what the board wants to do. It should just be a quick administrative process for our staff. We are short-staffed, though, and so it does create a workload for us. I don't anticipate that the fee would be anything that would discourage folks from coming in to talk to us, and we would do our best to keep that as low as possible.
One of the things that concerns me is if there is some sort of neighbor dispute that, the personal use is causing a little nuisance for one reason or another, and we got to go out there with code enforcement or sort of mediating the issue, if we're get reimbursed for that.
I'll speak to this one. On our code enforcement side of things, when we do enforcement action, certainly the cost of abatement and the administrative costs associated with that can be sought. We can ask for that money back. If we're not reimbursed, then we can look to lien a property, and those costs themselves can actually be specially assessed and put on the tax roll. So there is cost recovery in that sense when those kinds of situations occur.
Okay. Well, that's all the more reason I think we should have some sort of fee for this. We can't do anything for free anymore.
I will also mention that the recommendation from the Planning Commission was to set the fees low, but as Mr. Girton has already indicated, since it is a fairly simple administrative process, it likely would be low, but of course they are short-staffed.
Thank you.
Supervisor Medina?
Yeah, just looking at, I believe we're referring to page, is it 415? Is that correct? And it's O. In order to ensure compliance with the regulations set forth in the personal cultivation of cannabis ordinance, facilitate enforcement in the event of noncompliance, and reduce hazards to emergency and other public agency personnel responding to the premises where cannabis is cultivated, it is reasonable, proper, and necessary to require that all premises where cannabis is cultivated register annually with the San Benito County Resource Management Agency.
Correct.
I agree with Anthony. We can't do anything for free, so why even have this in here? Why even register? It just doesn't make sense. Prop 64 clearly stated that in the state of California that personal, this is not cultivation, this is personal, 6 or less, was definitely legal. Furthermore, in San Benito County, we followed that same, I think it was 56%. Once again, it was legal. And then in my own district itself was about 57.5%. So when I'm looking at a registration, it just seems to me that we're putting more money into something that isn't a problem. We have a problem with the RMA department now. We're short. We're not manned. We have Anthony's area. When it came to San Juan, we couldn't get a code enforcement person up there to take care of an issue that has been neglected for a year. And now we want to add more resources to something that passed legally in the state of California. I find what we're doing is we're just adding more red tape to something that should not require the registration. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments before I open up to the public? None? Okay. Speaker cards?
There are no speaker cards on this item.
No speaker cards. Wow.
I'm sure people are going to want to.
Shouldn't have said that, Chase.
It is important that you submit a speaker card in order to speak at the board meeting.
Good morning, supervisors. So, yes, we voted. It is legal, and I don't believe that an individual person should have to register. One of my concerns is when you have neighbors who don't like each other, and they're going to call. And so who's going to pay? The neighbor that's complaining or the neighbor who's growing cannabis because the neighbor's complaining? And they're within their rights to do so. Another concern that I have is, I think I've mentioned it before, I don't know if I mentioned it here, the Planning Commission. What about when a neighbor calls and there's children there? Now, does that mean we're going to have to get Child Protective Services involved because the adults in there choose to grow plants indoors? You're forcing them to grow it indoors,
and now they have kids that are now in the same within the same house. I believe that people should be allowed to grow their plants outdoors, and I believe they should not be registered. Thank you.
We have no speaker cards.
There were no speaker cards.
I gave you a speaker card. I gave you a speaker card, and it has 2 items on it, actually. I was trying to save paper.
You got to do one per, but go ahead, madam.
I was trying to save paper, be economical. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being kind.
So, yeah, I'm one of those patients who's also a single mother, and this is medicine, and this has been a huge part of my sobriety and my recovery, my ability to actually maintain a safe household for my children. So I do cultivate my 6 plants outdoors because to bring them indoors with my children would lead me in violation of any assistance that I could be eligible for, also being a patient and a mother. I'm low income. And so it makes me ineligible for other county services and support if I'm bringing a federal support as well, if I'm bringing a Schedule I substance into the home where I have children. I've never had any issues with CPS. I don't believe that me being a patient should bring me eligible into questioning of my parenting choices when I am wanting to comply with, county rules and regulations. I don't have any criminal record. I'm just a person who has a relationship with a plant who's trying to maintain some sense of use to my children and my community. So the concern is requiring me then to pay a permit fee for medicine that helps me maintain, sobriety, and then also pay lighting and building a structure inside my house where I have children. I need help putting food on the table. I don't have money. If you put a fee and a permitting requirement, I can't be a patient anymore. And cannabis is how I'm able to be free from addiction. I have to really drive back to that because the only other thing that's accessible to me is alcohol. Very easily accessible where I live in this county. I live in San Juan Bautista, and there's 20 ABC licenses, and I can go in at any time and choose that route. And what I choose is a plant that helps me make better choices in my life. So this is a very personal issue for me. I'm not talking about anything unreasonable or anything more than just the 6 plants, which is what my state right is. So I believe that if you take this action, you'll be violating my rights as a patient and as a community member of yours. I graduated from San Benito High School, I've come back here to try, after education and starting my family, to try and build something good for the community. So I would just please remember that we're patients and that we're parents, we're family members, and we're not criminals. So thank you.
Thank you.
Jack Kirk. I also filled it out twice. On the yellow. Yeah.
So, it's interesting is that it's always about the those that need the medication. What about the owners, the property owners around? When you're talking on this ordinance 100 feet away from property, it's not going to protect the neighbors from the use of their properties. And why we want people to have access to their medication, having the neighbors be able to enjoy their backyards, have a barbecue without the smell at harvest time. And I think we need to consider property owners too, and it's a balance. And we keep worrying about. Now, Mark talked about Prop 64. I have a lot of friends that voted yes on 64, and but they voted yes on 64 because they felt like people should have access to their medication, not that they wanted a grow next door to them. Those are two different issues. People wanted to be able to say, "Hey, I don't want someone who's receiving medication to go to jail." Okay, and that's what 64 is about, but not that so much that they wanted it next to them. A lot of people I talked to, what if the people next door had 6 plants out in the backyard? We don't want that. And that's what I've gotten, Mark, I have, from people. So I think when we look at the statistics and stuff like that, I don't agree with you, Mark. I know you're shaking your head over there.
This is not about outdoors. This is indoors.
I understand that. You're going to do the indoor with the personal ordinance. No, I got that.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
I understand
right
that, but I mean, we just had one speaker just talk about growing outdoors.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that affects people. And people can put a small building outside, a covered, have a small building if that's where they're going to grow it, and they can create something. But I think you need to consider the property owners when you look at these. Registration, I think it just kind of breaks down the opportunity where the sheriff can go in, or whoever enforcement is going to go in to say, okay, yeah, I think there's a registered grow over here. Let's go make sure that they're not causing the smell, if that's what the complaint is in the neighborhood. It gets lets your sheriff and your RMA department, it makes it easier for them to figure out where these grows are at. And I think it would be a wise thing to do. And I think those I've talked to in the community feel so also. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That's it.
Marty's got his
Marty Richmond. Thank you. I'm sorry I did not turn a card in on this.
Nope. You can't talk to
I really cheated.
You can't talk to
I
Marty.
cheated.
Heck, I'm for charging fees, turning in a card.
Yeah.
I think you all know I'm generally against the recreational use of marijuana and generally for use as a pharmaceutical. If I thought, and I'm a law and order guy, but if I thought that registering would help the sheriff really in any way, shape, or form, I'd be standing up here saying, okay, let's register everybody. I don't see it. I mean, on a practical basis, not a political basis, on a practical basis. I don't understand how registering is going to do anything. Listen, somebody gets a call for emergency services, they're not going to pull up a computer thing that says this person has six plants in their house. They're not going to take the time. They're going to roll. The fire department's going to roll. It's 6 plants. Now, if they walk in and they find a dozen, they're in violation of law, whether or not they registered for 6 or didn't register for 6. Doesn't make any difference. I want to help the sheriff. I want to help law enforcement, and I understand they may disagree with me. I just don't see how. Is it going to be a public document? Will it be subject to release to the public? Will somebody be coming in here and saying, okay, you got all these people registered. I want a list of the names. I want real enforcement on the cannabis. We're going to have enough enforcement problems the way it is. I think Supervisor Medina made a good point when he, without beating you to death, saying, look, we got a guy up there who's being accused. I don't know if he's guilty, but someone's being accused of doing all these violations over a 2-year period. And even Supervisor Botello says he's been aware of it for months, and we haven't been able to get around to it. Are we really going to get around to somebody who's got 6 plants? Listen, I'm telling you, somebody calls up and says, I got a smell problem because the guy next door has got 6 plants out in the house, and he's not registered. I just can't see the SWAT team going out and helicoptering in at the cost of $150,000 to put this person in prison. Okay, at the cost of $60,000 a year. But if you walk into a house and it's full of plants, it makes any difference whether they registered or didn't register. You got a problem. So I think the registration portion, I just think it's a waste of time because we don't even make people register. As far as I understand it, we don't even. When I checked, we didn't even have everybody in the county that has septic systems registered. So we got. Well, I don't know if you're agreeing or disagreeing with me.
I disagree.
Oh, you disagree? Okay, well, I called health, and they told me they didn't know where the septic systems were. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Any other speaker cards? Okay. I, too, will support Mark Medina's position of removing the register from it. I still have the floor. And I will support the idea that it has to be endorsed. I totally agree with that concept. My compromise is taking out the registry. That's just my position. Supervisor Medina?
Yeah, just to be clear with what this couple speakers, I should say, I do want everything indoors. All the complaints I've received are about the smell. Now, and I've never, ever said I wanted anything outdoors. The permit is what I'd like to remove from this ordinance here, but the indoors has to stay because it does, to me, it violates the residents, the community. You can smell it. We all know that when we drive around town sometimes during the harvest season, there is that stench. So I just want to be clear that never outdoors was anything I've ever wanted to do. Always indoors and no permit. Thank you.
Supervisor Battello?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and indoors meaning a little greenhouse in your backyard, maybe lighting in your, a tool shed or a storage shed, things like that is what I think we're envisioning for indoors as well. It's not so much inside a house and try and grow plants, but reason I support the registration is that there's going to be issues and problems with neighbors, whether we like it or not, and somehow we got to recoup our costs. We do register, or you should have a registration for medical marijuana right now to be able to utilize, that medicine. You have to register for that, I think. No? Okay, then I'm wrong on that, and I apologize because we issue cards. And you got to get a card, and we issue those cards at the county health department, I'm pretty sure. There's a minimal fee for whatever little bit of work that is required to issue those cards. Registering is not uncommon for a lot of other things. You register your pets. You got to get a pet license. You register to have a burn barrel in the unincorporated areas. You have to register. And, I just see that, 90% of it is probably going to be just fine. But we should recoup a little bit of our costs for the 10% that's not fine. And, unless we have a plan for that, and who makes the complaint is usually not charged in the county for code violations. Maybe 6 plants turns into 10 plants by accident. I think we should have some sort of record as far as where, cultivation is occurring. And so I don't think it's a real big deal to register, online program, a minimal charge, and and if there's problems and needed code enforcement, of course those costs need to be covered somehow. But I just want to try to get the mentality of this county being afraid to charge for anything, whether it's impact fees, permit fees, or what have you. Some of the problems that was emphasized this morning with up the San Juan Canyon, there needs to be some, consequences for not playing by the rules. And we just can't have the, wild, wild west that we currently have right now.
Thank you, Supervisor Battello. Supervisor Rivas?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. I mean, this is probably a question for staff. So the registration expectations are, is it Section C? Section C 1 through 5?
If I'm looking at your citation correctly, you're looking at section 11.15.040, subdivision C, which is on page 7 of 15, and yes, those are the registration requirements.
Okay, and so, I mean, I could go either way on this thing, but the bottom line is what's the expectation with this registration? Is it something that we're going to require of local residents that want to, grow these 6 plants, and are they just going to file this paper registration? I'm assuming, and it's going to sit in a file cabinet, or is it something we're going to create some kind of a database where that information is going to be easily accessible to the people that need that information, such as law enforcement? I'm assuming, or code enforcement, or our health department.
Sure. Realistically, this information would likely be used in the event that there's a complaint for a property, or a code enforcement officer or law enforcement officer might smell cannabis coming from a property. They check back and see if a registration was filed for that property. If they say, no, there wasn't, then they might go and do an inspection warrant, that kind of thing. Certainly that information. As to whether a database might be completed, I'd probably leave that to John, since that would be involving his department.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, that would involve several of our departments, but I would expect that RMA would be the keeper of that information, and we would create some type of database that would be only accessible to our code staff, to the sheriff's office staff, and probably to environmental health staff as well.
So maybe John or Sarah, I'm not sure who'd be able to answer this. So with registration or without that documentation, how is enforcement going to be different? As far as how if we have a neighbor complaint that says, hey, it reeks of weed next door, what's the process? What's the difference if we have a registration process or we don't have a registration?
Right. So, and I'll let Sarah speak to the legalities of this, but from a code enforcement perspective, I think what you're seeing is we're dealing with an unknown world, and there isn't a lot of real world experience out there that we can draw from yet. Every jurisdiction is struggling with this idea of registration for personal grows and for medicinal grows. From my perspective, for code enforcement, it's just an additional tool for us. The increase in administrative staffing requirement to bring in the registration, in my mind, my expectation would be that that's minimal compared to the potential impact on code enforcement in this county with this ordinance. Because I anticipate, based on what we've seen in other jurisdictions, that we are going to get a lot of code enforcement calls in the first year. Because the public is feeling this out. They're trying to understand how this all works. They know which neighbors of theirs are growing, which neighbors are not. And people are going to test what the code enforcement response is going to be here. People have very strong opinions, either for or against the cultivation of marijuana, and they're going to use code enforcement as a way to test how we're going to respond to this. So I'm expecting that we're going to have a significant code enforcement impact in the first year or two. As far as a tool, it just gives the code enforcement officer, first of all, it gives and the sheriff's office information before they go in, whether or not there's a known cultivation occurring on the premises, and that will inform our response, because we already know that that's somebody who's come and told us who they are, what they're doing, and they've already taken that initiative to work within the constructs of the ordinance. If it's not somebody that we know about, then we may want to take a different approach and have the sheriff's office go and pay them a visit first before code enforcement goes in, because even though the majority of people are wanting to follow the law on this, there are those circumstances where you walk into a situation where there are ancillary criminal activities going on. And I know people don't want to talk about that, but that is the experience of code enforcement in other jurisdictions. And I'd much rather have the sheriff's office go into those situations first, because they're trained for that. So I don't know right now if the registration is going to help us in those situations, but I think right now it gives us a tool until we do have a better handle on how code enforcement is going to roll out for this.
Thank you.
Supervisor Munzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is for County Council. So this has been a 2-year process to get to this point, correct? More or less?
It may have been. I've only been here since March, but I'm informed it started back in 2015 or so.
So no matter what we approve, it's not going to be perfect.
That's probably true.
So to change whatever we approve, is that going to be a 2-year process? Is it going to be subject, I see today, it looks like we are exempt from CEQA. Once we have an ordinance in place, are we required to meet CEQA requirements? Basically, I guess what I'm trying to say is, if we go permit, don't go permit. If we go indoor grow, no outdoor grow. Whatever we do, if we decide that we need to tweak it, is it going to be a 2-year process, or would it be relatively easy to tweak this ordinance down the road?
Sure. And just to come back to for a moment, it's a registration, it's not a permit, so there are some differences there.
I'm sorry for the wrong terminology.
No worries. I just want to be clear on this. And then with regard to CEQA, et cetera, certainly it's done because it is a regulation of our land and the way that the cannabis is being cultivated at these properties. That being said, in the period of time where since June, this is the second version that you've seen, so I wouldn't expect a 2-year time frame from another ordinance if, in fact, another revision to this ordinance is necessary. Certainly, my office is committed to providing staff support to the departments if any revisions are necessary.
So if we decide to go forward with a permit, is that what, or no, a registration, sorry, registration with no fee attached, and then we decide we need to attach a fee to it, is that a relatively simple process, or is that?
Yes, in the sense that it's already been built into the language of the ordinance. All that would be necessary to do is to bring back a fee to the Board of Supervisors to adopt as a resolution. But John may have additional information on that.
Just to say that we are currently, through the CAO's office, we do currently have a consultant on board to review all of the fees for the county, and the cannabis, a potential cannabis fee is included in that. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm just listening to my fellow supervisors, and the comments are saying, I mean, it might be a far stretch, but I do believe that if we do go on a registered list, it could have secondary effects, such as homeowners insurance, being stigmatized. You actually, I don't know if it has an effect on the right to carry a gun. Just an array of other issues that could be affected on a registered list. And so, and the one thing that I hate to oversee or hear is a dispute among members or neighborhoods. It's a no-win situation when two neighbors go at it, and the Board of Supervisors have to address. And I see that this has the potential to create that, and so I will reinstate my position. I'm against the registered component. Supervisor Medina, and then Supervisor.
Just one final statement. I heard our Army Director talk about it's not going to add a lot of additional resources, but if you look at page 7 of 15. And I think it's under C, number 1. If a person or persons owning, leasing, occupying, or having charge or possession of any premises have submitted the required annual registration for premises and provided all the following current information and documentation to San Benito County Resources Management Agency: the name of each person owning, leasing, occupying, or having charge or possession of the premises. These are also people that when you're looking at the number of plants you have, if they are leasing the property or if they own the property. So in order to really do this thoroughly, you have to go through every one to make sure that, well, does he own the property? Did he have it written off by his landlord? So there's going to be a lot of resource, more than you think.
Thank you, Supervisor Medina. Supervisor Mattello?
Yeah, and, well, if we don't have registration, there's some rules that are established by this ordinance. How do you know if they're being complied with if you don't know where they are?
Is that a question to the board?
Yeah, to the ones that...
How do you know when the speed limit's 55, right?
Yeah.
How do you know everybody's going 55?
You got a driver's license to lose, as I referred to earlier. If you speed 100 miles an hour down a road and cause an unsafe nuisance to your fellow drivers, you risk losing your driver's license and you risk a big fine.
And here, if you have 6 plants and the sheriff finds out, then they're taken away. They're abated. If you look at the bottom of this ordinance, it does state that if they are non-compliant, that there is a due process. So then again, they would go ahead, they would have to, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, is they would receive some type of a warning. They would have to self-abate. If they don't self-abate, after 6 days, we go back and look at that property, and then we will go to across the street to the courthouse. We will get a warrant, and then our sheriff will go in there and self-abate or take the plans himself or themselves.
Well, Supervisor Medina, all due respect, of course, I think now you're enlisting a very high cost of a abatement process when you probably have a law-abiding citizen that may have a nuisance with a neighbor for one reason or another, when you could handle it with code enforcement, establishing and sending out the rules right up front, what can and can't be done when you have personal use, and you don't need to call the SWAT team out for 6 plants just to deal with the issue. And that's why I'm advocating the registration to make sure everybody understands the rules, where it can and can't be grown and how and so forth, and a minimal fee just to cover the county's costs of making sure this information is put out. That's, and it spells out right in the ordinance as it's made right now. If we amend this thing, we're out another God knows how long.
Well, but Supervisor Medina?
One last thing. Whether we omit the permit or not, this is still an ordinance, right?
And County Council, if we want to amend this, the time frame will still continue, right?
We have...
If we amended this, it's still an ordinance, right? Just with no permit.
Correct, and actually the board can, in fact, do that pursuant to Government Code Section 65857, because the ordinance without the registration requirement, but continuing to prohibit the outdoor cultivation, was submitted to the Planning Commission for their review. They, in fact, did review it, and their recommendation was to keep the registration. So, in fact, the board could adopt an ordinance that removed the registration requirement since the Planning Commission had already seen that.
And if you are inclined to do that, we do have drafts of the ordinance that was presented to the Planning Commission without the registration requirement.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Supervisor Rivas?
Yeah. Hey, Sarah. So I know local governments have a lot of flexibility over this this jurisdiction, over regulating marijuana and these 6 plants and whatnot. What are other counties doing?
Each jurisdiction depends. Some jurisdictions, are you talking about registration or outdoor?
Specifically registration.
Specifically registration. It depends on each county. I believe Monterey requires registration. Certainly Tehama County, where I came from, requires registration. Some of them don't. It is all over the board, and what each jurisdiction decides they want to have as their reasonable regulations at the local level.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Supervisor Munzer?
Mr. Chair, I don't know if John was wanting to say something.
No,
Okay. Mr. Chair, if I can, I'd like to make a motion, and if I get a second, then we take a vote. Make a motion to adopt staff recommendation approving resolution number 2017-27. Barbara, do I have to read everything else on here?
Maybe just adopt per staff recommendation.
Okay, per staff recommendation, and to direct staff to come back with a proposed fee for the registration.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Negative.
No. That's a 3-2 passes. Was the registry? Just a comment on the reasonable fee. I would highly recommend that, John, you play a role in this. We got to make it a neutrality at least, if not a surplus. because it can't be a registration activity. I mean, John doesn't even have enough staff to handle this activity. So we got to make sure that there's enough money on there to at least hire someone else or dedicate someone to oversee this registration list. Okay, thank you. Let's move on. Now we'll go to regular agenda. Number 19, Health and Human Services. Jim?
Good morning. So this is I guess, approve the ribbon cutting in 1161 today, and our monthly homeless services report. Because we've had quite a bit of conversation about how some of these things work, we decided today to briefly present to the board kind of how program realignment, homeless services, and in-home supportive services kind of intertwine here. So with your indulgence, we'll just run through those slides. We've tried to make them as simple as possible. Program realignment, there actually were two program realignment actions by the state legislature, one in 1991 and one in 2011. The one in 1991 primarily affected health, mental health, and social services, and it had some flexibility built into it as to how those funds could be used at the local level. 2011 impacted court security, adult offenders, parolees, public safety grants, mental health, services, substance abuse, child welfare, adult protective services, and CalWorks. It contained pretty much restricted language that says it has to be used for those purposes. So when we talk about program realignment at Health and Human Services, essentially what we do from a practical basis is we use our 2011 program realignment monies first, and then we use our 1991 program realignment, which creates what the auditor calls a fund balance. So, in-home supportive services, just briefly. In order to be eligible for IHSS, you have to be age blind or disabled. You have to have less than $2,000 in assets, not including your home. You have to sign an agreement with the state that they can collect back the money once that home is sold. And you have to have income as an individual of less than $1,235 a month. So we have about 575 people in San Benito County that are low-income people and qualify for in-home supportive services.
Jim, I'm sorry, do you have just a rough estimate how many hours are being clocked a month?
On the average?
Yeah.
About 110 hours on the average.
And you have about 500 providers?
575, I think, is the last number I heard.
Thank you.
We'll get to the big numbers in a minute. But you also have to not be able to do, based upon an assessment, a number of these activities of daily living, which means that there's an assessment done, and if you are assessed to be able to not be able to function in your home because of these activities of daily service, and you need some help in your home, and you qualify by income and assets, then you can be eligible for in-home supportive services. These are some numbers that my staff put together on 17-18 on program realignment. You can see that, and this is 1991, where we started, what we were going to spend on the programs, what we put into contingencies, why we put that money into contingencies, and what we anticipate our year-end fund balance to be in program realignment, 1991. This is probably a little bit hard to read, but basically what this says is we went through year by year and we looked at what the new state law says about who pays for what in in-home supportive services. And essentially, for fiscal year 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, and 2021, based upon the current law, we believe that we can budget and cover those costs out of 1991 program realignment. The kicker comes in 21-22 when this law expires, and it could create a cliff that's going to be very expensive for counties, as you have pointed out. So what we want to try to say to you today is we think that at least for this current year and the next 3 fiscal years, we're probably okay with covering this with program realignment. If nothing is done by 21-22, it can create a problem. And we think that your board, CSAC, RCRC, and other boards in the state need to start working on this issue today. We would recommend, and you don't have to adopt this, this is just our thoughts, kind of a program realignment reform that takes place that covers these kinds of points. Now, these points are points that are already have been recommended by the Legislative Analyst Office in general.
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Munzer?
I'm confused. Is this about the homeless center?
Yeah, we're getting there.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I thought we were kind of a little off the agenda.
Every time we brought up the funding about the homeless center, the funding for IHSS has come up. So we thought we need to bring those things together.
Okay. All right.
Okay?
Thank you, Jim.
All right.
Just warming up your brains for the hard stuff.
Okay. It's not an easy subject.
Okay.
And it's not one that I'm sure that you don't wake up in the morning and sit down with a piece of paper and try to figure this out. So we're just kind of trying to give you a little primer here.
Thank you.
Okay. So this is what we would recommend in terms of, what you might want to consider or you might want to bring forward to your state associations or through the legislature regarding things that have to be done. Now, keep in mind, by the time we get to 21-22, we will have a new governor. And that new governor, I think, is going to be pretty instrumental in helping to kind of drive this particular policy in California. And we will also have a new director of finance at the state. But these are just our thoughts, okay? So here's the homeless shelter budget update. For 17-18, the funding for the support of the homeless shelter will come from a variety of sources, CDBG, ESG, the city, AB 109, although that's not AB 109, that's funding from a probation department that Ted and I have talked about, and some money from realignment in order to cover those costs. We have requested that the city put up $200,000 per year for the support of the new homeless shelter. My understanding is that request will be on their agenda on December the 18th. So once they have considered that on December the 18th, we'll be able to come back to you and tell you what they have decided to do. We think it is appropriate for the city to be involved in this because this is a San Benito County, City of Hollister issue, and it was actually initiated by the Intergovernmental Committee, as you recall, with the assumption that we would all be good partners in this. So we're hoping that that's what will happen as we move forward. If the city decides not to put in the money, or if the city decides to put in less money, we will need to come back to your board probably in January with some options about what we would do. And we have discussed those options. They include things such as having the shelter open full-time during the winter and open half-time for the rest of the year, different things like that. I mean, we would just have to consider those options. In my view, the city is a significant partner with us in this process, and I hope that that they will continue to do that. So, just kind of a reminder as to what the shelter is all about. As you know, we had a woman that was struck and killed by an automobile on November the 9th. Staff came to me and talked to me about that and said during her last day of life, she had been in our department asking if the shelter was open. Thank you, and any questions or comments?
Questions, comments? None? Thank you, Jim.
Okay.
Let me open up to the public. Anyone from the public? None? Close it. Thank you. And
Thank
just
you.
a reminder again, at 1161 San Felipe at 1:30, we'll have ribbon cutting for the opening of the shelter facility.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, number 20, John. Business ordinance.
Yes, thank you, Board. So what is before you here is a prohibition for cannabis business activities within the County of San Benito. I just wanted to give a little bit of background as to why this is here before you. There was an ordinance that was presented to the Planning Commission on November 1st with regard to the cannabis business permitting scheme. They continued that hearing until December 6th of this year. Unfortunately, we're getting down to a timeline here where the Planning Commission has indicated that they want additional information from planning staff to go through the ordinance. They want to flesh this out a little bit more. And it's unclear at this time whether or not an ordinance would be able to be presented to the Board of Supervisors at such a time before the beginning of the year or next year. And the reason I mention the beginning of 2018 is because at that time, the state will begin issuing licenses for cannabis business activities. They'll likely be issuing temporary licenses before they issue any of the annual licenses due to the timing and the issues going on at the state level. To give you additional background, the state just recently released their draft of their emergency regulations late last week. Those should be adopted sometime Wednesday or Thursday of this week. So at this time, there aren't actually adopted state regulations, although those are anticipated to be adopted fairly shortly. The issue that the board is going to run into potentially is that the state may issue temporary or annual licenses within San Benito County for activities that the board may or may not desire to have at this time or in the future. So at this time, staff is recommending that the board put in place a ban to prohibit any and all cannabis business activities, rather than simply rely on the language within Chapter 11.15, which I'll read here. Chapter 11.15, Section 11.15.040, Subdivision E, states, "The cultivation of cannabis in any amount or quantity upon any premises in connection with any cannabis business, as defined in Chapter 7.02 of the San Benito County Code, or commercial cannabis activity, as defined in the Medicinal and Adult Use Cannabis Regulation and Safety Act, or by any permittee, licensee, or person required to obtain a license from the state, is hereby declared to be unlawful and a public nuisance that may be abated in accordance with this chapter, except as expressly provided in Chapter 7.02 of the San Benito County Code." Thus, if the board does adopt Chapter 7.02 as the ban ordinance presented before you, it is an express ban that we can submit to the state to indicate that the state should not be issuing licenses in our jurisdiction at this time. If the board chooses that they don't want to adopt this ordinance, they can simply rely upon the language within Chapter 11.15 that bans this activity or prohibits this activity within our jurisdiction except as provided in Chapter 7.02. But if there's no Chapter 7.02, there would be nothing that would allow activity. It's a little bit backwards, but since it's here before you and it's already written there, it is something the board could choose to rely on if they don't want to take action today. And I'm here for questions if you have any.
Questions? John, you want to give some comments? Or
Yeah, just a little bit. So just kind of adding to what Sarah said. So currently under the urgency ordinance, commercial cultivation is prohibited. So what the action before you today would be to actually bring forward a permanent ordinance, and by permanent in quotes right now, based on staff recommendation, that would ban or continue the ban for commercial cultivation into next year, and then the RMA would get together with our other land use agency partners and actually work with county council more collaboratively than I think has been done in the past, and work on an ordinance or options for ordinances for the board to consider that would be easier for us from a staff perspective to actually enforce. With the current staffing. At the same time, we would make recommendations on fees and the potential for a tax ordinance going forward. The main consideration from my perspective is that if we move forward with something that does contemplate allowing cultivation on a commercial basis in the county, we want it to be successful. We want it to be successful for the industry. We want it to be successful for county and county staff. And under the current budget constraints and current staffing constraints, that's not possible. We don't have the staffing to even get this industry and these permits rolling. And that requires revenue. That requires revenue beyond fees. So there does need to be some sort of tax, in my perspective, some sort of tax ordinance to provide the revenues to fund this program. Because there are aspects to this program that we haven't even considered or contemplated yet because we just don't know how things are going to roll out. There's impacts beyond taking in permit applications and processing permit applications. There will be law enforcement impacts. There will be environmental health impacts, things like that. So this gives us the time to regroup and bring together a more structured proposal for you all to consider in the future. And we're looking forward to bringing that in the early part of 2008. This isn't something we want to push off for a year.
okay, the committee, Dina and Rivas, do you have any comments?
I do have some comments, Mr. Chair, but I'll reserve them until after public comment.
Perfect.
Same here.
Okay. I think I'll open it up to the public. Speaker cards.
Lana Blodgett.
Good morning, and thank you very much for all the consideration that you have thus far given moving forward the legalization of cannabis. And I'm here today to represent Monterey Bay Alternative Medicine and all the other constituents that have been in the trenches for years in trying to change the face of medical cannabis and the legalization of it. As you all know, we've all heard the benefits that this plant brings to so many people, and it changes the quality of life for so many people. It also has the other side, the business side, the side that will bring revenues and the quality of life changing there with the economic gain from those revenues. I'm here because I represent our cultivation site in San Juan Bautista, and it's been a legal entity for years. And now, because of what this decision-making process is going through, we've been told that we will no longer be legal, that we will have to be abated, we will have to shut down, and I'm going to have to tell everybody that has gathered around us as patients that we can no longer supply the product, the safe access that we have for many years. I will implore you, because I know there are other considerations going on with this ordinance that have not been resolved, but I will implore you to take exception to those people who have been an example of what things should be and honor the fact that we need to continue to provide our patients with quality medicine. And I hope you all received my letter that I sent to you and seen the awards that have been presented to us from local to state to federal levels. And please, let us continue in a legal, honorable fashion. Any questions or?
No, thank you very much.
Okay.
Next speaker card.
John Kelly Ray.
Thank you, President and Board of Supervisors. I just want to remind you again that 56% of the county voted for this. Other cities have done this. Other counties have done this. This is not rocket science. Everyone will tell you that it's new, that it's different. Prop 215 passed in 1996. It's been over 20 years that you've had time to look at these things. Other cities have done this along the way. Prop 64 passed over a year ago. And here we are having this conversation again. San Jose is a good example. Now, San Jose was in the same position you're in. They decided not to take and make an ordinance. So the citizens went out and did an initiative. And now you have an opportunity where San Jose has 16 dispensaries, 32 cultivations, 16 manufacturing licenses, 16 delivery licenses, and received $10.5 million in the prior fiscal year in taxes on $105 million in gross sales and revenue. They currently, they just recently, about 1 or 2 Tuesdays ago, unanimously passed adult use. Unanimously. Even council members and the mayor who didn't vote for Prop 64 passed it. The person that wrote the memo in support, moving this forward, was the chief of police. Chief of Police Eddie Garcia authored the memo, moving Prop 64 forward and honoring the will of the people. Union City, about 5 or 6 months ago, started on down the path of legalization, of creating a cannabis ordinance. They're bringing it back for a second reading November 28th. It's not rocket science. On the flip side, I have San Jose dispensary clients who have come down and purchased property or secured leases that are now asking me, what should we do in San Benito County? I had several call me on the way down to the meeting today. I don't know what to tell them. They have 2 options. Walk away from the property and don't do business in San Benito County. Go to Hollister, go to San Jose, go somewhere else, or run a citizen initiative, or some other alternative. I implore you, this is business. This is not beyond your ability to control. This is not beyond the sheriff's department to be able to control. San Jose has proven that it can control it. It's a substantially larger market than yours, with much more peril. Well over 1 million people. They've managed to do it. You can do. I implore you to move forward before you lose this economic opportunity and it goes away forever. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim or Jim McCord?
Hello, gentlemen. Back again. I'm Tim McCord from North County, rancher and grower of walnuts. Been here since 1969. Seen our county change in a lot of different ways. I hate to see it change in the direction that everybody's trying to push and talking about at this point. We're an agricultural community. We try to grow agriculture for the people, something that people can eat, some people keep alive with. I know marijuana has its benefits for its medical thing, but we're getting out of hand, and we've got to get control on this thing. I urge the Board of Supervisors to follow their gut feeling and take a stand against the commercial growing. I don't believe we're ready for it at this time. I don't believe we have the control. I can't even get control out in my area for other things under our jurisdiction. So we've got to take a stand. We've got growers that are coming into our community. They're using local addresses as their basis. They're not even residents. They don't even own the property. They're talking about leasing land and then growing stuff. They take advantage of it, they use it, and then they walk away from it. We have problems to deal with that we don't even know about. I know that. But we have to deal with our health, we have to deal with our water, and we have to deal with our safety in our community. And I don't know how else to do it but take a stand so that we have something that we can follow, and follow hard about it. And don't let a group of people for marijuana run our agricultural community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Kassler?
Good morning, Jeff Kassler. I'm representative and operator of Deluxe Organics. I'm one of the registrants that went through the amortization process. I'm here today to talk to you. I've had a few of your supervisors through my business. I am trying to work towards a legal, beautiful business that's going to make the county proud. At this point right now, I know that there's a few people that are operators that are not operating correctly, I should say. And I know that there's concerns on allowing us operators to keep passing on. What I would like to implore you for is please don't enact the ban. Please look into us and vet us and take a look at how we are. If we're an operator that's working above board, please give us a chance to still work with you and bring in revenues to build this infrastructure, to get this business going. You know, at this point right now, California's behind it. California's pushing for it. They see the revenue coming from it. We see the patients that are in need of the medicine. I just implore you, please don't ban something that could really be good for the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Ravella?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. It's been a while since I've been here. The last time I was here, you had the projector still. These televisions are pretty awesome. It must make it great to have them on Sundays. The reason I'm here, I've kind of been late to the party on this. I haven't really been keeping up to speed on the county's process on this particular ordinance. I'm here as a stand-in for another one of our attorneys. But I wanted to, sitting at the back and observing the conversations that have been going on here today, there seems to be a lot of import on finances. I think I've heard Supervisor Patello say we can't do this for free. We had an item earlier this morning about the increase in minimum wage and the impacts it has on human and health services. When a residential development project, and I'm a real estate attorney, I've been before you guys on land use items in the past. When the land use project comes before you, you guys make developers pay impact fees, mitigate impacts, comply with conditions of approval, indemnify, defend, and hold the county harmless for any lawsuits that arise as a result of your approval or denial of that project. This isn't recreating the wheel when it comes to generating dollars for the county. I don't see why this particular business should be treated any differently than your developer applicants. Why can't you come up with an ordinance that defers costs? I'm sorry, not defers costs, but puts costs on the shoulders of the applicants, just like you do for developers. The developer is required to mitigate all of its impacts, and those impacts aren't just financial; they're staffing. You've got archaeologists who sit on projects to make sure that there's no Native American artifacts that are destroyed in the construction process. You've got, I hate to bring this up, but you have certain applicants who pay for safety, emergency services workers at outposts in southern San Benito County. I don't see why this industry shouldn't be afforded the opportunity to mitigate their impacts and to have an ordinance put in place that would accomplish that for the county. And so if there is any inclination to adopt a ban, maybe it can be done under an interim urgency process so that there is a limited amount of time that staff can come back and bring an ordinance that mitigates the financial impacts, the law enforcement impacts, the emergency services impacts to the county as a result of this particular business. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dana Patterson.
Hello, my name's Dana Patterson. Me and my mother are one of the original applicants for the amortization period. Back when this all started, we came to it because I suffered from epilepsy in 2008. We've been struggling with that ever since. It's what's got me through college. It's what's helped keep things down and keep me surviving and alive through the whole process, to be honest. What I really want to bring to you guys is we followed your process, we applied, we realized our property doesn't keep up to regulations. What we can do, we don't have the funds and the resources to do that. But these guys are our hope. This is our last chance that I have some sort of medical area to approach with all of these people that are working here. I know you see medical and recreational as intermingled together. It has been for a long time. I've been a part of that for a long time. It's hard to find the separation, and I understand that. But right now, with these laws coming in, is the chance for these two areas to actually separate, to become more legitimate with medical and become a different direction with recreational. You guys have chosen medical. I think you don't realize the importance that comes with that. That gives regulations by the FDA, the EPA, people like that I need for my medicine to look over that medicine, to see it as something valid for me to see, regulations that will give me things like research, so I know how much I should be taking. I'm trying. I'm doing it all out of my own experience. So by making a medical place, you've picked the conservative approach, I guess is what I'm telling you. You've picked the more conservative route. Let's go with that, give them regulations, and give them something that will help us all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary Cameron.
Thank you for your time. My name is Gary Cameron. I've been a resident of the county here for 47 years. I was involved in a law enforcement career for 33 of those years, and I'd like to encourage a ban on the commercial growing of marijuana for our county. We don't have the resources to enforce all of these grows that are being proposed. I'd like to point out that many of the residents that can't make it today, many of our residents here can't make it because they are working people who are out. But they have shown in the past the interest and requested and made contact with you and requested a ban. Some of who are here today don't live in our county. We have lobbyists and out-of-county interests who are only interested in money. They're not voters that you represent. Some have been threatened, and I know threatened not to against speaking out against these ordinances. The sheriff has said that his staff is not prepared to handle allowing commercial grows of cannabis. Also, the city now has medical marijuana available and accessed for county residents, and so the arguments about medical marijuana really don't hold any water because medical marijuana is available to anybody that wants it, or it will be as soon as the facilities are available. Even current cultivation has proven to be a huge nuisance, and for many residents who have property that abuts the grows that are currently going on in the county. These programs like this have been a disaster in other counties, and some are now voting to rescind the approvals that they had previously put in effect. I'd like to make a comment on the previous comments about legalization of marijuana, why it was approved, and so forth. Some voters voted for legalizing marijuana only because they felt that there was a need for medical marijuana. Some felt that the penalties were too severe. And marijuana was a cash crop, and they put tons of money into the opposition, and they won. But that shouldn't be taken as a mandate. You just can't say that because the percentage of voters voting on endorsing the mass, that they were voting for a mass endorsement of marijuana grows, which we're talking about here. I think that we have seen that some of the legitimate businesses that have been in this county are leaving the county because the costs are going up. And personally, I like to live in a county where it's attractive to people that want to move in with good industries that pay high prices that are not involved in the marijuana business. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sean Donahoe.
Good morning. I suppose I was just invoked. I don't typically respond to those that just talk about me. Sir, you know nothing about my patients within my family.
Speak to the board, please.
Sure. You guys know nothing about the patients in my family. You know nothing about my desire for better regulations, to put cartels out of business, to take drugs off the streets, and to better regulate it. I think some of the comments made by others, I'll say to you, were specious and patently unquestionably proven false. To say that other counties that have regulated have caused a disaster, I believe that the gentleman from Monterey County could beg different. I believe that looking at Santa Cruz, you could beg different. So I frankly don't know what some of the other comments made earlier today were. I think that this is great. We have about 300 new pages of regulations from the state as of last Thursday. Okay, so the clock's run down. It's almost January 1st. Commercial transactions will be eligible to receive state licenses. And I understand a lot of counties don't feel that they have enough staffing internally to be able to properly regulate. However, the state is coming. The state will be regulating in a profound manner. I think a lot of the questions that you guys have had regarding track and trace requirements, regarding watershed protections, regarding environmental protections, it's all in the state regulations. To say that this is too difficult to regulate, it's not. Other local jurisdictions have obviously set up robust ordinances. The draft ordinance that has been presented and has been largely unchanged since July, I'm not the greatest fan of. I think it was inadequate the way that it was drafted, in that it only discussed cultivation and an odd vestigial transporter requirement. The new regulations, however, do create a couple new cultivation types, specifically a processor type equivalent to an ag processor license that will allow for the aggregation of cannabis from different cultivation sites. I think that would be a useful component to the new ordinance. I do also think that obviously pretending that there's no delivery to qualified patients occurring is also specious. I think that issuing business licenses to delivery services that do business from out of the county into the county, you should regulate that. I believe that you should issue them a Type 9, soon to be available state license for delivery only retail. I'm not saying create any brick and mortars within the county. I'm saying that if there are deliveries coming from outside of the county, you guys should properly regulate and issue business licenses. So I think you're in Oddly enough, even though we're proposing a ban today, I think that there's a lot to work with in terms of the timing. We have the state regulations that could be studied, state regulations that can quickly be applied, and hopefully you can figure something out for the amortization folks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elias Salinas.
Good morning again. As you all are aware, all the amortization applicants receive letters to abate within 14 calendar days of the letter. I find it ironic that the sheriff is in favor of registering and these abatement letters. The county asked the people to come forward and gave their exact names, exact locations, where they were cultivating. It's been a year that the amortization registration began, with a second phase registration took place in February. Almost an entire year, the county did nothing about the amortization registrants. The week of October the 9th, registrants were given a very short notice to appear before the administrative officer on October the 13th. The week of the November the 13th, letters were personally served on all the amortization applicants to abate within 14 days. You need to tax, and if you want to tax this and you need to get an ordinance to tax, I think that people should continue to work on this amortization. What I respectfully request is that the board direct the staff and enforcement that the abatement be placed in a stay, require the registrants to apply for an extended amortization. You need to make up a new you don't need to make up a new application. You already have the amortization application. And I would request, as a citizen of this county, that you please do not make a mistake again on this process and charge a substantial fee for these applicants to continue. I would use Stacy Walton's GPS photos that she used to say ABC was a certain size and now ABC is now a different size. I think I would go based on the size, and I would have her go out there and let's find out what the canopy size on these applicants are, and let's get a fee based on those. I'm not talking about a tax. I'm talking about a fee, because they did not stay at a certain size. Maybe they grew, so you can come up with a fee so it can cover the cost that everyone here is saying that we're short-staffed. We have Sarah, who was thrown into the trenches, and I think she's done a marvelous job from where she started in March to where she is now. Stacy Walton is another person who's been thrown into this, and she's also advanced a lot, has learned a lot in what is going on. I think those are the staff people that I would start with to lead this, to find out what we can do about these amortization plans, and as well as the applicants, for an ordinance to go forward. And we can't do a tax. We're going to have to do a measure. It's going to have to be voted on Prop 218. So in the meantime, we could continue to have these applicants, and if we can get an ordinance passed, we can go on a development agreement. Until these people have been through this for almost 2 years that we know of, and not one penny has gone to the county. We need to get that money back, and I think by extending the amortization and asking for fees from them would be a beginning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jack Kirk.
Thank you for your time again. Just a couple points I'd like to point out. One day we calculated one pound or one plant will bring 1.5 to 3 pounds of marijuana. 1 pound will create about 896 cigarettes. So you're allowing them to have 6 plants. There's plenty of access. We have a gentleman that came up, said he needs it for his own personal use or epilepsy. There's plenty of access for him with 6 plants. We now have 2 dispensaries in Hollister, which will provide medication. I have to drive to Gilroy to get my medication, so there's 2 local access. So the people that need medication have their ability to receive it. The question the community has is that we had the hearings on October 13th for legal taking. What's happened since then? We still see the grows going on. I think there's notifications going on. We still would ask the chair to give us an update. When we talk about Prop 64 passing, I think a lot of people were concerned about people not going to jail because of marijuana use. I appreciate that, and I don't think that's what our intention was either. But when I've talked to some of the growers or some of the people that were the growers that were providing dispensary, legal or illegal, to those that needed their medication, we estimate at one time there's about 5,000 in San Bernardino County. And let's put that number at 10,000. You have about, 50,000 people here in our county. So you do still have, the tail wagging the dog here. We have a lot of people that are property owners here that don't want these grows going next to them. When I hear John from RMA, he says he needs, to work, and no disrespect, but he talks about having to take care of input from county staff as well as the industry. I didn't hear, what about the property owners? We need to consider the property owners that have the ranches and they're selling their properties. As a realtor, I have to disclose if there's a indoor grow next door. I have to disclose those things. That's going to bring value reductions. And so I think, there's things. We have people like Sean that comes from San Jose and is now working with Victor Gomez, on a group to support the marijuana growers, come here telling how we need to do this. He doesn't live here. When I went to San Jose and sat in dispensaries when Sean arranged that, they have a huge illegal problem in San Jose. There's still, and we talked about that with the police officer who was there. There still hasn't, most of those have gone underground, but they're still there and they're still providing illegal medication. So even with the illegal, the 16 dispensaries, there's still plenty of illegal operations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Pat, words?
Yeah, me too.
Hello, thank you for your time, the board. I'm Pat Wers. For those of you who don't know, I'm president of San Bernardino County Farm Bureau. I think that the board needs to consider the fact that, and it's already been mentioned, don't mean to beat a dead horse to death, but it's been mentioned that the state of California passed this, Prop 64, by about 56, 57%. It's approximately about the same amount in our county. Monterey County is going to generate $10 million worth of tax revenue from either medical or the recreational grow of marijuana. Our county is always short of funds. And I think what needs to be done by our Board of Supervisors is have this commercial grows legal. They need to be regulated very closely so that our county can build maybe a road, and we don't have to beg the voters of the county for another half-cent sales tax. In my constituency of Farm Bureau members, there are quite a few that have property that want to lease some of this land. Some are involved in the actual could be involved in some of the actual active growing in it. The 27 permits that were allowed and then disallowed and then allowed and then disallowed. I think what the Board of Supervisors needs to do is to make a decision one way or the other. It would be nice if we could generate a little bit more tax money. Myself personally, I don't give a damn one way or the other if it's being used because I don't use it. But I'm thinking of the county. It's legal in the state. Let's do what the voters of this county want us to do, and they voice their opinion on the ballot box. There's a way so it can be regulated legally, and so that we can generate some tax money from it. And that's about all I've got to say. And I just hope that the Board of Supervisors takes the taxation thing into consideration so that we can generate some funds for our roads and all the other infrastructure that our county needs. Thank you.
Thank you. How many more speaker cards do we have? Okay. 3.
I was about to call you. Andy Cisneros? Oh, 3.
I wrote some notes. I'm going to try to stick to this because I kind of get emotional and get off track. Okay, so the state has very clear regulations. They spend a lot of time and a lot of money. And I think that this county can look at that as a sense of support, where you don't, the full burden of licensing and registering and permitting and code enforcement doesn't need to fall solely on you. I think that we can try and stay in the solution and how we can, just like we regulate our ABC licenses, we don't really do it, the state does. So, I think utilizing your choice to offer pre-moratorium applicants and other authorization. If you're looking at the state regs, it says you can apply for a state license if you have a local permit, a local license, or an other authorization. Now, those other authorizations you don't have to make open to the general public, because you have a list of people who want to be in compliance, who have already come out of the shadows, if you will, and want to participate and be in compliance with the rules that you make. And in saying that, the eligibility for this other authorization, you might think of having a requirement that you had to already register the moratorium and enter into a development agreement with the county, and that development agreement can stipulate some type of cost recovery, because you've said that this process has cost a lot of money and we don't have a lot of return. So I'm just trying to make suggestions to a solution instead of just banning and walking away. You've put in so much work and so much time to try and understand talking to your constituents, and I just want to acknowledge and applaud all of you for at least being willing to have this conversation and forming an ad hoc committee. That's showing us that you're taking action towards progressive movement. And I think that you should just, fight through the frustration of having, this took a long time, and maybe you could have gotten some better advice along the way. But at this point in time, we can find a solution. We don't have to run back into, the reefer madness era. We can actually move forward. I also want to talk about social equity. I want to talk about continuing disparity in low-income neighborhoods, that there's no social equity right now for our people of color who have been criminalized by marijuana cultivation or any other involvement with marijuana already, and we need to make some movement towards balancing this, because you've criminalized people, largely people of color, for a really long time, who now have specialized knowledge, would like to maybe start a family business, and you can actually embrace us as part of your community instead of continuing to keep us on the outside. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Watson.
Hi, my name's Mary Watson. I was thrown into this growing medical marijuana because of my son, Dana Patterson. He was diagnosed late onset of epilepsy. Through lots of work, we finally got him to Stanford. Stanford said, we can't endorse this, but what he is doing with medical marijuana, he's saving his life. So he's now alive and has graduated from UC Santa Cruz, top of his class. It's been a long struggle. Through the process, I did get involved with Harborside because I needed help. I didn't know how to do this, to grow for him. And I wanted to do it the right way, and I had to do it legally. So to go through Harborside, I got involved with a support group. With the support group, I met people and saw miracles happen all the time. They taught me how to grow. I started growing outdoor. Now, outdoor, I can fulfill his needs because they're larger plants. What I did this year, though, is I switched to the indoor to try to fulfill your needs. I can't grow enough for him with indoor. And to purchase it, I could probably afford about a month of it through a distributor. With purchasing it, I have to make sure it's organic. I grow it organic. And with, let me go back, with getting involved with these people, growing medically, all of a sudden, somebody found out that I grow it organically and medically. A lot of people that are recreational aren't interested in my kind. But people have been calling me. I cannot sell it to them, but I have people that are crying for me to be able to help them with their child or whoever, elderly, a lot of elderly people. It's been a big need that's come into my focus. Like I said, this is all new to me. I appreciate you guys going through all this, and I know it's a long, hard job to do, so I appreciate all that you have been doing for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker cards?
Peter Brazil. That's the last one.
Good morning, well, near afternoon. Peter Brazil, attorney representing multiple cultivators in the county. Not my first time up here, so you're pretty familiar with most of the items I speak about. I'm going to be real specific here, speaking against the ban and moving forward with an enabling ordinance or an authorization ordinance. The board and staff has spent the past year and a half working towards developing a business cannabis cultivation ordinance at a significant cost and expense. Considering all the time and expense put forth by the board, staff, the county, we should not let these efforts and expenditures go to waste, especially since responsible commercial cannabis cultivation can provide substantial revenue and job creation for the county, two things that the county greatly needs. Revenue generated by such a program would not only support the implementation and enforcement of authorized operators, but it will also create revenue to protect against the unauthorized operators, which are going to be there regardless of whether you enact an authorizing ordinance or a ban. So at least in this case, you generate some revenue to fight that as well. Enacting an authorizing ordinance and not a ban would also reward operators that have come out of the light or out of the dark and into the light, participated in your registration, your amortization, and desire to continue to contribute positively to this community that they have invested so significantly in with both time and money. I know that the board has expressed on many occasions, and I've kind of fought this idea, that you wanted to clear the slate. I understand the desire to do so, but a ban is not the way to do this. You already have a current ordinance and amortization process that has already issued notices to accomplish this. And you have enforcement processes in motion regarding this. I have counseled my clients to comply with these notices. So to some extent, you are going to be able to wipe the slate clean. You do not need a banning ordinance to accomplish this. I've also heard discussed that the staff is somehow not prepared or is insufficient in order to enact this program. Size can help contribute to this or facilitate this. You can also go out and get consultants. There's a company that I've referenced a couple of times, HDL, which has assisted City of Salinas, Gonzales, City of Greenfield, City of California, County of Monterey, all who have ordinances in place and have gone through their permitting process. They have a scaled system. They are a nice fit. California City, which is a city who was basically nearly bankrupt, was able to afford them. I highly suggest you look into this as a way to supplement your staff. Additionally, so eventually what I'm asking here is, let's move forward and not pass a ban today and retask staff or direct staff to bring back the current ordinance you have with some minor changes to the next Board of Supervisors meeting, which should be the 12th. Give it preference to applicants who are in compliance with the current ordinance, amortization process, and notices, require substantial application fees, and put a permit limit that's reasonable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No more speaker cards? No more speaker. Okay. We were going to take a quick 5-minute break. Right now.
Outside, not inside.
All right, mics are on. We're going to debate this for 30 minutes, and then we'll go to lunch at 12:30, and then at 1:30 we'll meet at the 1161 San Felipe Road, and then at the conclusion of the ribbon cutting, we'll come back to the board and continue the other items on the agenda. Okay, so we have no other speaker cards, correct?
Correct.
I'm closing the public. Okay, board discussion.
Yeah, well, first, why don't you just go to a ribbon cutting and we just continue on with the meeting?
I could do that.
That might make more sense.
I can do that. Okay, who wants to go at it first?
I think the ad hoc committee ought to make a report.
Okay, good. Supervisor Rivas or Medina?
I'll give it to Rivas.
All right. Well, we had many conversations about this, and unfortunately, this isn't going to be the last. I would like it to be the last, but it's not going to be the last. And so, really, all I could say is, where to begin. And so, obviously, this issue and this ordinance has had many layers of complexity. And so, and I've been absolutely open and supportive of exploring opportunities to responsibly work with the marijuana industry in San Benito County in the way of, the commercial cultivation and perhaps in the future, the manufacturing, the capacity of this industry in our county. And obviously my interest is in an effort to generate new revenue for our county, which we desperately need. But throughout my time working on this issue, a primary a concern that I have had is the impact that marijuana cultivation is going to have on our local quality of life. And so certainly specifically impacts that cultivation sites are going to have near residential zones and neighborhoods. Because obviously this is an agricultural county, an agricultural a community, and these agricultural fields are part of our everyday life, whether it's next to schools, whether it's next to homes and to residences throughout any part of this county. And so, but don't get me wrong, I want this ordinance. I want a marijuana policy to work. I am, not arguing the medical benefits of marijuana. I sat here as chair last year when this board adopted a resolution opposing Prop 64, and I stated the reasons why I supported Prop 64. I'm an advocate of marijuana and the cannabis industry. I obviously want this. I want to make this work in our county. But certainly some of the things I heard during public comment, and I appreciate everyone stepping up and providing their comments. But the reason we're here and the reason we've taken so long is because this is a complex issue. I heard it's not rocket science. Well, if we had the resources San Jose had from a public safety standpoint, our sheriff had the support like, the chief of San Jose, it wouldn't be rocket science. But any given moment, we have only 2 deputies on duty in our county. It's a problem. It's a huge problem. A resource standpoint, is the fact that we lack so many resources is causing problems for us. And the fact that I've been a member of this ad hoc, this committee, I've learned a lot. And certainly that is a driving a concern for me. And so basically several factors, resources, our current urgency ordinance, amateurization, the fact that, trying to look back at where we came from is really challenging because over a year ago, right, it was in September, I believe, we passed an urgency ordinance that essentially was a ban, right, a moratorium. And there was a little clause in there, this amateurization clause. And so basically, based on that amateurization, it basically said, hey, if you have a current grow, let us know, and then you have until at the end of the year to harvest your crops. And unfortunately, you had all these it was a way for people to establish grows. It was a way for people to kind of abuse that amortization clause. Not only did they create new grows, but they expanded their grows. And so I hear things like being responsible. Let's wipe the slate clean. It's very challenging to wipe the slate clean when we have a number of issues involved with our urgency ordinance. And so, certainly our lack of county resources has made it very difficult for our county to manage our current ordinance, let alone a permanent ordinance moving forward, and to mitigate all the issues that are going to occur or may occur under a permanent ordinance or policy. And so certainly since our August board meeting, we have dozens. I don't know the exact number. I'm sure staff does it. I don't want to say 27 or whatever the number was. Sites, marijuana cultivation sites that are out of compliance, and essentially they're creatures of our own urgency ordinance and the mishandling of that ordinance by this board and by our staff. And so as I mentioned in August, these illegal, non-compliant cultivation sites are a clear threat to public safety and require an urgent plan of action to address all the issues involved prior to taking on a permanent commercial cultivation ordinance. And for me, it's not a matter of if we're going to have a cultivation ordinance, it's just when. I've worked extensively with the sheriff about this, and he's committed to making sure that we do this responsibly and we do it right. But in this current time, it's irresponsible as a local policymaker representing 3rd District to rush this thing through. And I say rush, and we've spent a lot of time in this, but from a resources standpoint, we are not ready as a county to undertake this permanent ordinance. We are not ready. And, this requires the cooperation of our new RMA director, John Gurton, who has not been at the table. Planning and RMA, those departments have not been at the table. And so certainly what I'd like to see is, I'm not sure the consequences of a ban. That's why I think that we got to talk about with staff with that as far as the recommendations. But certainly I'm not ready to pass any kind of ordinance today. We need more time. We need to work with our sheriff, and we need to work with the appropriate staff members. I don't want to see the ad hoc move forward, because I think we got to put it in the hands of our staff, and so certainly this is not a perfect ordinance either. I think that there are certain components that we've got to look at, like manufacturing. I think that we've got to start to, now that we have 296 pages of draft ordinances or draft regulations from the state that were recently released a few days ago. That's something that staff, I came yesterday to meet with staff just to ask them, hey, what are your thoughts on these regulations? And they just haven't had the time to even look at them. And so, we have to know the consequences of those regulations and the impacts that it's going to have moving forward. So those are my comments from now. I'm sure I have some other, some chicken scratch notes around here that I'll elaborate on further in a little bit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Rivas. Supervisor Martina?
Well, I'm up here looking at revenue and trying to obtain revenue from a different source rather than taxation of all the residents out there. That's the only way government seems to increase their top line is just, we're going to increase taxes. And everybody out there, you're going to pay for it. So when I look at it on a business size. I look at the revenue and I look at the expenses. The expenses are unknown. No one has any idea of what these expenses are. No one knows how many additional people do you need, John? Do you need 5? Do you need 1? Or do you need no one? We've sat up here, and I was back where Marty was last year at this time. And a whole year went by, and nothing was done. I'm responsible for that, and I'll put myself and myself only I can speak for. I was on the ad hoc committee, and I was not able to put an ordinance together that we can all agree on. So I'm at blame for not being able to present everyone out here with a finished product. But when we look at that now, I've spent a lot of time in the last several weeks contemplating what are those expenses. So we know the revenue. The revenue I would like personally, myself, not the board, me, is looking at a $15 canopy tax for development until we have an election in 2018 in which we can have a tax measure. Is that true there, legal?
Correct. The draft ordinance had been tied to the passage of a tax in 2018.
Yes. So the idea here, and I know Mr. Jack Kirk and I have been back and forth on a lot of stuff, and I look at it, and it really hit me on Prop 64. Was Prop 64 intended for a free-for-all, or was it intended just like those two gentlemen in the back had stated? Was it more for medical, more for a smaller grows? Regardless, come November, next November, when we put this up for a tax measure, it will be clear that they vote yes, they vote no. If they vote yes, it's definitely for tax revenue. It's definitely for the big grows. It's not for a small part of onesies and twosies. So that would be very clear in my mind. But back to the expense side, we have the unknown. We've operated the last year and a half with 27 or 28 amortization sites and several illegal sites. Now, what additional resources did we provide to RMA? There was none. What additional resources did we apply to the sheriff? There was none. So when I look at it, maybe we are looking at this in a microscope. Maybe we're just saying, okay, we need to staff up tenfold. Maybe we need to look at it differently and say, well, what can we do with 2 people? Then we have our expenses. We know what the expenses are. And once again, we would know our revenues based upon square footage multiplied by $15 if that was the ongoing. So my main concern is if we don't do something now, what's going to happen in a year? Because really not too much, in my personal opinion, nothing has transpired in the last year that we've had this meeting. So I think next year, at the same time, it's going to be, well, let's go next year, or then let's go to the next year. So we need to make a decision, and we need to move forward. Thank you.
Supervisor Patel.
Yes, thank you very much. First, I want to thank everybody for taking their time out of another day to, come to a very exciting Board of Supervisors meeting. And, each of your stories and input is valuable to us. I also want to thank the folks that have given me a call during this entire process, especially the last week or so. I've been able to tour and speak with folks about this issue and tour some, very impressive grows. And that's one of the things that makes this so hard. And I've been wrestling with this, beating myself up on the fact that the county isn't further along with this ordinance than what it is, than what we find ourselves today. And we're just need some more time to work on this. And in the meantime, I think we have to go forward with the ban. And the painful part of it is that there is some really good operations that deserve a permit. And, there's some operations out there that expanded and took complete disregard of our amortization and efforts to try to work through this. And the reason why this ordinance is so important is it's not all about revenue. And I'm one of the big guys up here that, let's meet cost recovery, let's raise impact fees to meet the true impacts of new growth and development in our community and not do nothing for free. But one of the other just as important aspect of what I represent is, the protection of quality of life in our county. And what we're talking about here is land use, where these operations should go and where they should not be. And we don't have that dialed in yet. We need a little bit more work. As Supervisor Rivas pointed out, the RMA department has not really been as active in this process as probably they should have been initially. And we need that input just so we make sure that these grows, commercial industry in the future is in places that doesn't have an adverse impact on the neighbor. I think we could strike that balance. But we're in need a little bit more input, and I think the plan that was laid out by staff is really a course that we could take, and probably the most expedient. I, as one supervisor, would certainly like to provide more additional help, if need be, to help RMA and county councils, public safety to, get an ordinance that's responsible, clean up a couple of holes that we have in our current plan, and move forward. I'm not going to be as critical with the county as maybe some people may feel. We still have a whole county to run besides trying to put this ordinance together. We got a jail expansion. We have a homeless center that was worked on as be completed to, groundbreaking ribbon cutting today. Southside Hospital. We've been working on roads. We've had a natural disaster in North County, and just a lot of work that's being done. And not saying that this isn't real important and an opportunity for our county, but I think that's I support Supervisor Rivas' suggestion on how we move forward, and hopefully it's not be too long before we have a completed ordinance and we have these facilities where we can support them and it's viable. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patel. Supervisor Munzer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I too like to thank everybody that's been involved in the process that's getting to this point. The ad hoc committee, the supervisors that served on it, staff that has served on it, Barbara, Sarah, the sheriff, everyone that has served on the ad hoc. I appreciate your hard work. Having served on ad hocs to try to draft ordinances, I was part of the ad hoc on the early versions of marijuana ordinance and on the oil ordinance. I know how difficult it is to get to this point. And I just want to thank you. I want to thank the members of the public for contacting me, showing me their particular operations. As we talked about the individual ordinance, no ordinance is ever perfect, but it has to be fairly close. Unfortunately, this one, when it was rolled out to the Planning Commission, they could not adopt it. So we have issues with this ordinance. Having said that, where are we? We have a ban in place right now. Our urgency ordinance put a ban in place. The amortization process was to allow whoever was growing to continue with that particular crop that was in the ground so that there would be no findings and the county would not be subject to a lawsuit. We have given everyone that opportunity, and as Supervisor Rivas said, some, not all, took advantage of it and increased their footprint during this time. And that was not the intent of the amortization process. This ordinance has to be amended first so the planning commission can accept it with the land use issues, and then this board can fully adopt it. Once again, I want to thank the ad hoc committee for getting us to this point. I support Supervisor Rivas' position that the ad hoc has served its purpose. Now we need to get the land use issues in this ordinance corrected. It needs to be turned over to staff, mainly the RMA department and county council. Finish the ordinance, get it to the planning commission, have it passed by the planning commission, and then brought back to us. But in the meantime, the ban that we have had in place for the last year, year and a half, I feel needs to continue until this is ready to roll out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Boy, I don't even know where to begin. I honestly thought that this was going to be taken care of within a year under Supervisor Rivas' chairmanship, but it's actually extended to mine, and soon will be on your laps.
Well, I will get it done.
Yeah, I know you will. Unfortunately, it's not the way that I thought it was going to transpire, be presented, a finished product here today. However, we did get input from the public, and for that, the whole board is very grateful and thanks you for all that information. Now it's on the board's lap to decide what they want to do. I would support actually Supervisor Medina's concept that we got to start something today. To delay this is just another year delayed, and I mean, bottom line, if you really want to delay it, just kill it today. But I am of the position that get something done today. Put it in ink, let the ink dry, and then move on to another thing. But to delay this is just another way of just killing it. And I mean, everyone has shared their view. You all know how I feel. I've always been very supportive of the medical marijuana. In my district, I know there's a lot of people who use the medical marijuana and recreational, and I'm in constant contact with my district, and I know their feelings, and so I'm expressing their feelings today, and their feelings is move forward with it. Supervisor Medina?
I'd just like to add one thing is however this vote goes, I just want to make sure that people understand that if there's a ban in place, don't take advantage of this. Self-abate yourself. It's extremely important that we follow the policies and procedures, whether we agree with them or not. There are 5 members here, majority rules. So however the vote goes, I'm asking you, please, people that have the amortization, people that are out there growing, self-abate, and we will look at this in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Rivas?
Yeah, I have a question for staff. And so, clearly, I don't agree with, we got to do something or it's dead. Not at all. That's irresponsible to even make that statement. All due respect, Mr. Chair. I think that this requires careful the deliberation, and so I think bringing getting RMA input and involvement from RMA. I want a date certain as far as when we can. I don't want to sit on this for another year or another 6 months even. And so I think that what's the expectation, John? I know that you were grilled earlier today for making sure timelines are met. I don't want to put too much on your plate here, but I mean, what is the reasonable expectation that we can get a comprehensive ordinance before this board?
All right. So I guess I'm becoming the
And then
impromptu
I guess the second part. I guess the second
king.
part to that would be for county council is what is the impact if we impose a moratorium or a ban today on this, on cultivation.
Okay. So on the first part of the question for a timeline, my expectation would be that we have something before the board in time to have a tax ordinance go forward for consideration in June, I think is the next election. Is that right?
But
Right.
does that
so-
tax ordinance have to be in June, or is it November? Does it have to be in the general? I was told at one time that it had to be in the general election, not the primary. Am I correct on that?
I think that's what we had discussed before, yes.
So it has to be November? Okay. Then November would be the timeline. We can get an ordinance before you all for the for cultivation as soon as possible. But I think it's tied with the tax in order for us to actually be able to implement it and have the resources to implement it. It sounds like that can't go till November.
Okay.
Yeah, but we would have to have something a couple months in advance of that in order to get it onto the
But
ballot.
we can certainly begin the process of
180 days, right. So we're still looking at the June timeline, most likely.
Talking about August 1st.
To get
plus
something to
9
the
days
board
back.
for decision. Yeah. So let's say June.
Yeah, June 1st.
Yeah.
Okay.
But, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I
Hold
know.
on. Hold on, Supervisor Rivas.
No, that's-
Supervisor Patel.
Okay,
Supervisor Rios still has the floor. Hold on.
I'm good.
Supervisor Rios?
Yeah,
You're done?
I'm good, yeah.
Supervisor Patel?
Yeah, I just want to elaborate on that a little bit further. But if we did have all the conditions in place in a ordinance, we could pass a development agreement that would be pre-tax approval anyway, right? So that's really not the problem here. Way I kind of interpret what's going on. I kind of view the problem with the ordinance as more land use base and conditional type of base rather than getting the fees. You just put a development agreement in place, and if the applicant agrees to pay it,
right,
we're okay.
Right. There's two issues. There's the funding for the resources, but really the issue that I have personally and that the Planning Commission had with the ordinance as drafted is it did not have the land use agency input into it. And so enforcing it and being able to hold people accountable to the ordinance, there were some issues with that we need to work out.
Yeah, from my experience on the Planning Commission years ago, and even my experience sitting on this board, I had some real problems with some of the land use conditions and zoning where these operations would be allowed, because there's a number of them that I could never support, being that where the locations that they are. But, I think it's a real good path to take is let the staff work on it. Maybe consider a consulting service to it on the assistance and even possibly implementation as processing, just so we get the people in, where that's not the problem. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Patel. Supervisor Medina?
Yes, the only issue with the DA agreement is, let's just say we're ready for March 1st. We put a development agreement in place, and then it goes out to vote in November, and it doesn't pass. So what we've done is we've told all these growers at one time, there was amortization, now there's a ban, we'll go ahead and have a development agreement with you, and then it fails, and then it's adios. So it's hard because, well, if we have the development agreement in April, and then it goes out to the general election and it fails, then there'd be a ban on marijuana, because if we can't tax it, why would we let people grow it? You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That's another issue.
Well, in the development agreement, County Council, help me out here. In the development agreement, you could always put a condition that if it fails, then this development agreement is okay. Yeah. Supervisor Munster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two things I want to stress. And one of them, which I forgot in my other remarks, was I met with people in South County, neighbors of groves, and they said, it doesn't belong down here. We don't have the water down here. It needs to be up in the North County. And I met with neighbors in the North County. that says it doesn't belong up here. It belongs down in South County. So again, I stress, no matter what we do up here, it's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be, make everybody happy. But I think, thanks to the ad hoc and all their hard work, we're about 90% there. And I don't think the fact that we don't act today, we're throwing everything out. We're very close. For whatever reason, the land use element was left out. That needs to be looked at. That needs to be brought into the ordinance, and I think we're there then. And so, in fact, if I can, I'll make a motion. Let's see if I can get this right. To continue the ban that is in place now. To turn to also request that the ad hoc committee would be sunset and that this ordinance would be turned over to staff, i.e. RMA Department, County Council, and have them bring back a ordinance that the Planning Commission can support and can be brought back to us by, we don't have the calendar, the second meeting in April. Second regular meeting, not a special meeting.
Supervisor Munzer, could I just clarify your motion
Sure.
there? When you say continue the ban, are you speaking to continuing using the language that falls under what's in the personal cultivation ordinance that
I
doesn't?
thought we had a ban on,
Urgency ordinance.
in the urgency ordinance, we have a ban on commercial cultivation.
In the permanent personal cultivation ordinance, you do have a recital in one
Wait, say
paragraph.
that again now?
In the permanent personal cultivation ordinance, you do have a recital under section 11.15040 subdivision E, which makes a recital that commercial cannabis activity as defined under the Medicinal and Adult Use Cannabis Regulation and Safety Act would be prohibited. But what I want to clarify in your motion is, are you relying on that language, or are you looking at passing the ban ordinance that's before you? I just wanted to clarify the language, since you do have a ban ordinance in front of you, or are you wanting to rely on just the language within the personal cultivation ordinance?
What's before you?
And again, it was my understanding, and clarify for me, that in the urgency ordinance, we ban commercial cultivation. That's why we went through this whole amortization
It does.
process.
Correct. And the
ban cultivation of more than 6 plants unless it was expressly allowed pursuant to an ordinance adopted under 7.02, which we haven't adopted yet.
Okay, so I want to continue that ban.
That's fine.
Is that clear enough?
Okay, so you would not want to adopt the ban before you.
That is correct.
Okay, but continue to rely on that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there a second? Dice.
I need some clarification.
Supervisor.
The confusion continues. Marijuana. So I appreciate. So Supervisor Munzer is referring to the previous urgency ordinance, the language in the previous emergency ordinance. But before us for action is the language that's before us, the ban before us. Is it the 7.02?
That's correct, and it's an express ban against commercial business activities for cannabis.
So is it cleaner, council, to approve what's before us, or to take what Supervisor Munzer essentially has amended in his motion?
This is more express.
What's before us, correct?
Yes.
If we go forward with what's before us, the ban that if in 3 months RMA has this ordinance ready to go forward, how difficult is it then to remove the ban?
It's not.
Okay.
You would just
all
go
right.
ahead and adopt the ordinance.
That's what made me nervous about going
Right.
forward with the ban.
No, you
That's
could do
before.
it.
Okay.
As soon as the new ordinance is adopted and effective, it would take the place of this. So if you wanted to, you would just adopt per staff recommendation A, B, and C, and then add the language that you had previously as well. The last part of your language would also apply if that was what you would like to do.
Hang on one second.
Okay, if a supervisor wishes to make a motion, and in that motion pertains to planning commission, I just want to bring it to your attention. Actually, this is one of the reasons why we are here today and not a couple of weeks ago. It's because the planning commission has a mind of its own, and they have a tendency to react differently, especially on this subject matter, the marijuana. So take that into consideration. Unless the board can put some screws or some direction or some time frames on the planning commission, be careful of those due dates when you're talking about the planning commission. Okay, what's the wish of the board?
There's a motion on the table, correct?
No, there's no motion on the table. It died. If there's no motion, then this dies.
Okay, I'll take a second crack at it.
Okay.
Okay, I will make a motion to go along with staff recommendation, mainly A, B, and C. And under D, providing direction staff, I would make the motion that the ad hoc committee would be sunset, that we direct staff, i.e. the RMA department and county council, to work on the ordinance and to bring it back to us in a finished product by the second regular meeting in April.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, under the question, Supervisor Munzer, you mentioned sunset. Can you put a specific date on the subcommittee sunset?
As of right now.
As of right now? So, well, you got to give subcommittee some time, right?
Today's fine.
Today's fine? Yeah. Okay, today's fine.
I mean,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, a question to the staff. Would it, by second regular meeting in April, irregardless of what the planning commission decides to do, you still have to bring it back to the board of supervisors in the second meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Does the supervisor understand?
Sure.
All those in favor say yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Against? No. Motion carries?
Yep.
Motion carries 3-2. Medina and Dela Cruz against. Okay, now we will go to lunch and meet you guys at 1161.
discuss this particular item, your board, by the direction of Supervisor Rivas, had asked to put this particular item on the agenda concerning community locations of the county, in particular the library. And we wanted to do is have a just an open discussion. I wanted to pass it on to Supervisor Rivas to have his thoughts on this matter, but we wanted to talk a little bit about libraries, a little bit about other things as well, that parks and other things that we have from a facility point of view. And my thoughts would be is to have staff recommend staff bringing this back probably during the board retreat with some more definite information concerning bonding and other things. But I wanted to pass it on to Supervisor Rivas.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. And I'm not sure when. It was maybe a couple meetings ago. I had requested this item be placed on the agenda and really just have a broader discussion from this board. I know when I was chair a couple years ago, or last year in 2016, a central part of the state of the county address in January was wrapping our heads around this concept of a new, not necessarily a new library, but a learning center for our county, and really improving, obviously, our current our situation when it comes to the library. And so, really, there's a lot of momentum in our community done by our local residents. There's a lot of interest to put together a revenue generating kind of bond or an initiative together for a new library. And so certainly to kind of aid their effort, I think it's incumbent on this board to lay the foundation to accommodate a new library or a new learning center. And I think part of that is possibly identifying some locations where this center is a possibility. Certainly, we hear next door at the old jail site. Is that a possibility? I don't know. But I think that it is worthwhile for our county to explore any and all possibilities. And so if that is a possible alternative, we should, take the steps necessary to identify that. And if it's not, then we can move on. But how we do that, I don't know. That's why I wanted to have this discussion, whether we hire a consultant firm to identify these areas, to deem the site next door as a possibility or not. Whether we can do that in-house, I have no idea. That's why I wanted to bring attention to this issue.
Thank you. Supervisor Patel?
Yeah, I know we've had numerous conversations about the potential for site for a new library or learning center, what have you, whatever the terminology is, and we've been kind of from the facilities committee level, we've been kind of sidetracked on some other projects, and I know we probably have somewhere in a file it's the site plans of all these offices and reconfiguration and what buildings that are kind of being proposed to be completely torn out. The communications building, the jail is two of them. I don't think have a whole lot more useful life for any purpose. And I don't know if we have a map, or I think Adam was working on something about a year and a half or 2 years ago that identified that area as being, a potential site for a future library, and this being a kind of a governmental campus. And if that triggers your memory a little bit, Ray.
Yeah. We actually, during the impact fee process, we actually worked with RMA staff as well as internal administrative staff on that, and one of the items was of having some drawings here locally to actually glean from to move forward with the impact fee process in the civic area. So we just went ahead and kind of did more of a high-level way of moving forward with that to get the impact fees moving forward. But there's definitely, I think it would behoove us to move forward with more, probably bringing somebody on board to really kind of look at it. There was some concerns that we had from a staff perspective was with the earthquake locations and other things geologically that we probably wanted to look at a little bit further, because I know that those are some concerns with next door and the location of the courthouse and where they put that at because of, I guess, the faults that were. So I think there's a lot more to it that we would probably need to look at and research.
Yeah, and that's it. If I can, Mr. Chair, I mean, that's a good point. And I know that I'm not sure the lifespan of those studies as far, because I remember when they did the seismic study right here for the courthouse, whether that's still valid or not, and we could just use that information rather than have to conduct a new study. I don't know the rules that govern, that kind of construction, but that would be wonderful if we could use studies that have already been done. So.
So I guess my recommendation would be for staff, RMA. They got their hands full with quite a few projects, but also administration and Louis probably could spearhead some of these projects. But moving forward with putting something on the agenda for the board retreat and have a little bit more information and give you guys a little bit more to digest at that point, and then maybe give us direction from that information that we provide for you.
Okay. I think that's a wonderful idea, and it introduces the concept of what's the county needs moving forward, too, what inventory we have at the moment, too. Absolutely. Yeah. Supervisor Medina?
Nothing, sir.
Supervisor Munzer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as the new jail, the old jail, I think the only thing that's doing it is a site that we put the radio towers on and whatever else is up there. I don't think we're utilizing that building at all. And I feel we need to establish how much it would be to take that building down. And I think it'd be a great idea to identify where the faults are. And possibly if the faults are running right through that lot, well, then that becomes the parking lot, and we put up a multi-story building somewhere else on the block here that we own. Basically what they did with the courthouse. They established where the fault was, and then they designed the building around it. And I think we can do the same thing, and I totally support moving forward with that, and at least getting that information. How much it'd be to tear the old jail down, relocate all the facilities that are on top of it, and use this block more advantageously than what we're doing now.
Perfect. Yeah, Ray, I think there's a consensus on the board. Do whatever you can within your county resources, and then make the presentation at the February retreat and see where the board wants to go from there. Perfect. Let me open up to the public. Do you have any speaker cards?
Marty Richmond.
Good afternoon, Marty Richmond from Hollister. I certainly support that concept. I'm glad we're going to get around to it. There's another reason I would prefer, the couple of reasons I would prefer this site, if it works, obviously. One is it's already a publicly owned site, so we wouldn't take anything off the tax rolls. Another reason is if the state would ever come up with enough money for a bond for libraries like they had in 2000, where they paid 2/3 of them, one of the scoring portions of that is, are you on a major public thoroughfare where people can see the building, and is it near a transportation hub? And this area fits both of those descriptions. The people that I'm dealing with in discussions see this as a library and resource center, not just a library. It would include meeting rooms and things like that, which people tell me, I don't do meeting rooms, so people tell me they're in very short supply in the county. I don't know if that's true or not true, but it would be nice to have a whole series of meeting rooms that you could use when you have overflow meetings or off-site meetings or whatever. And so it wouldn't be just a library. I think there's a lot of potential there for public use. I also think it is super necessary because we don't have a post-secondary education. It's one of our big problems. Yes, we have some Gavilan classes. A lot of them are English as a second language classes, which are very important. But as you all know, because you've heard it until you're nauseous, we don't have a campus of any kind. And we're one of the few counties that don't have a campus of any kind, and especially along the coast, We're one of the only counties that have no campus of any kind. So people who come here or want to come here and look around and looking for more educational opportunities and more public facility kind of things, they would see this and it would be a help draw them here and also to use it. So I think it's a wonderful idea. I understand. Oh, by the way, I also wanted to say I reviewed the impact fee study, and I agree almost to the dollar with what they came up with for the cost of the new library, which would be about $29 million. And I think that's the number I've espoused here many, many times, rather than the $48 million that the people we had consulting came up with when they were told go for broke. I think that's about the right number. And I think we can work with education people to have them put some money in, but mostly to go for a public bond, which would not cost you anything. We would wind up putting it on the property tax. So thank you for your time.
Mary Schneider?
Want some moments? No, thank you. No?
Hi, I'm from the Friends of the Library, and I'm in agreement with your ideas on studying the possibilities that are out there. I think you've got a pretty good consensus among your constituents that what we've got now is inadequate for the size of our current population, and it's going to be more than inadequate for the growing population coming in. So impact fees are a slight step in the right direction. It's conceivable that bonds may be somewhere in our future, particularly if the bond market quiets down a bit. The other thing you might want to look into is libraries with what you might call public-private partnerships, like those that have a Starbucks in there by lease. I believe that in San Francisco they had a little cafeteria, restaurant type thing down there. I don't know how the fate of that one has turned out, but I know they had it for some years. San Jose also, in one of their libraries, had a kind of a nice foyer that they rented out like Saturdays for wedding receptions to private parties. So, I mean, okay, there's a, janitorial thing there. But those are other things that you might want to look into. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Valerie Egeland, Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. One of the wonderful friends of the library, Harriet Bryn, I don't know if you remember her name from doing a lot of work out at the airport, the flying whatever brigade they had. She now lives in Ogden, Utah, and her daughter encouraged me to go online and take a look at what their county, Weber County in Utah, does for its libraries, parks, theater, arts, and they call it the RAMP program, or RAMP ordinance. And this paper, which is, I just took it right offline, it indicates all the ordinances that it provides for, and so it is a tax on, local sales and use tax, the RAMP tax, to fund recreation facilities and cultural organizations, including art, museums, and parks. So it may be something to look at, since that is also a small county, but, Ogden, I guess, is kind of big. But it is a big rural county with a concentrated population like we have. So that kind of relates. And to bring all the ships up with the tide and to really have a wonderful learning center for our kids and our adults. It's just very pathetic to walk into that library when I used to access that in high school, I mean, it was like state of the art, stacks of books. So it's just not right. I see the people who are accessing the computers in there and using their time in this community, that we need to step up to the plate, or we are going to be lacking in the type of population that is desirable for our businesses. So I will leave this with Chase.
Thank you, Val.
Thank you. And good work, everybody. Thank you.
Okay. All right, no more. Okay. Close the public. Okay, so we got direction. Okay, perfect. Let's move on to item number 22, approve appointments to the CSAC Board of Directors for 17-18 association year beginning November 28, 2017. That's me, huh? That's me. Oh, thank you.
That's you. I could comment on it, but it's
Go ahead.
straightforward.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this particular item is a directive by CSAC. Their year starts in November, which will be next week. So they're requesting that your board approve the primary as well as the alternate candidate for CSAC representation for our county.
Okay.
So currently, we have our chair, Jaime de la Cruz, as our primary, and I believe we have Supervisor Mark Medina as our secondary or alternate on that. So it's up to the board. We're asking that your board go ahead and move forward with approving the primary and secondary for this full next year.
Okay, perfect. I'll ask a very simple question to our new incoming chair. Who are you going to appoint to the CSAC conference for next year?
I really wasn't paying attention to the presentation just now. I think, off the top of my head, I think continuity is very, very important. Whoever is on there, if they're willing to serve, I certainly would hope that they would continue on with the good work that they're doing.
Thank you, Supervisor Botello. Is there any objection to that?
No objection on this side.
Okay, is there a motion on the table?
I'll make
hold
a
on.
motion.
I apologize. Let me open up to the public. Anyone from the public? No one? Close it. All right, Supervisor Botello.
I'll make a motion for the current representatives continue on.
Is there a second?
2018.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carries 5-0. Okay, 23. Ray?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This item is for next year as well. Every year we come before your board, either the last meeting or the meeting prior in November, which we're at today, for next year's calendar, Board of Supervisors meeting calendar agenda. So I've already discussed this with the chair and vice chair. Basically, next year's calendar will be very similar to this year's calendar, accommodating conferences, CSAC, Legislative Conference, NACO Conference, RCRC, and CSAC Annual Conference, along with having our special board budget meetings as we have over the last 4 or 5 years now, in February, March, April, May, and ultimately having our June special board meeting for budgets, which will be the 25th of June. So with that being said, we're requesting that your board move forward with this, approving this calendar.
Okay, any questions from the board? Supervisor Monson?
Ray, is that why we meet in November, the first and third weeks? Is that to accommodate the CSAC convention?
Yes. It's,
okay.
Yeah, there's a few anomalies there that we normally it's a second week, but there's a couple of board meetings that we've actually adjusted, or meetings during the month we've adjusted for the conferences.
Okay, because I was wondering why we were meeting the week of Thanksgiving, but I forgot about the CSAC.
It's the annual conference. So
okay, very good.
Normally, most of you have attended those conferences, especially when you're a new supervisor. You have to go for the supervisor training, and that's the time of the year. So,
yep. Okay.
Any other questions? Open up to the public. Close it. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move per staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. Perfect. Thank you. 24, receive a report on the Homeland Security Grant Program. Kevin?
So just real quick, Mr. Chair, if I may, just to kind of introduce this item. This item, your board had at our last meeting, I think Supervisor Botello had some questions concerning the funding of the Gang of Five funding. So I've actually asked Kevin O'Neill to kind of give a quick brief on that for your board. Kevin?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. First of all, I apologize for missing that item last meeting. There was a little bit of miscommunication. I just kind of dropped the ball and wasn't here. But CAO Espinoza and I had spoken immediately after, and he had passed along some concerns that members of the board, Supervisor Patello, I believe, had. And so I just wanted to give a brief synopsis of what this grant is, what it does, and what some of its limitations are, and then just answer some questions. So the Homeland Security Grant Program is issued to the county, to every county in the state of California every year. We have 3 years to use the funds that are allocated each year. We, in the last several years, have gotten in the neighborhood of $130,000. The funds are specifically dedicated towards terrorism-related activities, which means that they're very law enforcement focused, and in fact there's a 25% cap that must be spent towards law enforcement projects. We're only able to use the money in 5 different ways: planning, organization, training, exercises, and equipment. We never really do much in planning, organization, or training because they have to be so terrorism focused. So what we end up spending the money on more than anything else is equipment. As you saw at the last board meeting, if you recall, I think it was in March, we brought an item to the board for a large animal trailer for animal evacuation. It's easy to do the equipment purchases, and there's a lot that our public safety partners need. So the money is allocated or recommended to this board in a specific way, and it's by using a body of 5 that's commonly known as the Gang of Five, which is made up of the county sheriff, a city police chief, a city fire chief, county fire chief, and then the county health officer. How it works in bigger counties where there's multiple police chiefs, multiple fire chiefs, is, so say for example Santa Clara County, all of the various cities amongst themselves, the various fire chiefs pick a fire chief to represent the group of them. Here, we only have one for both police department and fire, so it's easy. So specifically, I believe one of the questions was, can we use this money towards fire apparatus, fire engines, fire trucks, those big types of equipment? And the quick, easy answer is no. The reason for that is because vehicles are very tricky to purchase under this. They can only be used for specific things. And because it's so terrorism focused, when it comes to buying vehicles for the fire department, they have to be vehicles that are only used for what's called CBRN, which is chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, or explosive response.
So, Kevin, hold on.
Yes.
Then how is it that we bought a horse trailer off these monies?
So, there's a lot of, there's some flexibility. When it comes to buying equipment, there is a 250 page authorized equipment list booklet that we have to go in and verify that everything is on this list. That horse trailer, believe it or not, is on the list because they figured that if there was some kind of chemical, biological, nuclear attack, we would need to evacuate large animals as it is.
But a fire. I mean, not to be, I don't know how to pronounce the word, but not to be
facetious.
Yeah, thank you.
Crazy.
How about if you have a horse in the building? You need a fire truck for that building if it gets on fire.
So we could buy a fire truck, absolutely. A couple problems. We don't get enough money. We could never get away with it being a frontline engine. Let me give you an example. The vehicle that we bought for my office, we originally got approval to buy it through this grant. The reason we sought other funding was because every year we have a site visit, and every year the state goes and checks everything. And it became very evident very quickly that one of the things they were going to check on that vehicle was the odometer. And if we could not account for why there's 5,000 miles on that car as opposed to 50 miles on that car, because we'd had no chemical, biological, nuclear, radiological, or traditional explosive event in the county, it was going to be very hard to justify. The other piece, the biggest reason we can't buy a fire truck is because we only get $130,000, 25% of which needs to go to law enforcement, which I've gotten pretty creative on a couple items, and I don't think I can be creative enough to say a fire truck is law enforcement related. But it's just not there. What a lot of this money's been going towards is improving our communication infrastructure. There's a new tower on Park Hill that was purchased and installed with it. The sheriff's office has been doing a conversion from analog radio to digital. We've purchased all new handheld radios and car-mounted radios for the sheriff's office, police department, fire department. So there's a lot going on, and this money is doing a lot of good. But a fire truck is a tough sell, unfortunately. A little side by side, $20,000, not so hard, because we can say it's for training, for CBRN, etc.
Supervisor Botello.
Yeah, it's, sometimes people would look at this, and we have to use the money way that thick book says we have to use it, even though it's for something that we really don't need. But use it or lose it type of thing. And I don't know, this is where my friend Supervisor Medina says he wants to make a change in government. This is one of those things I wish we could change and use money for what we truly would bring the most use out of, because I don't think that little motorcycle going down in river rescues is a good use of the money. The other day I was out here for a training, county training that was active shooter training. I thought that was fantastic. It just, a couple of the events that have happened as recently as Tehama County having some guy with a gun come in and start shooting up everybody. It could happen here in Hollister too. And we had talked about this before, as far as securing certain areas of our county offices, so we could lock down or have more secured areas for our employees where there's a little bit less access. Can this money be used for effort like that?
Yes, but it would depend on specifically what exactly you had in mind. Actually, and while we're on the topic of the active shooter, just to give some information on some of the things we've been doing in that arena, Dina Baez, our safety officer, myself, Sergeant Burbank, who gave that presentation, we actually went around and did an assessment of every single building in the county, looked for gaps, threats, potential hazards. And so there is a lot actually in place. Departments have rooms they know to go to. They know the emergency exits. But to answer your question, yes. Actually, one item that we did approve was for cameras for the sheriff's office. Could just as easily have been this building. The process is, though, the public safety officials submit requests to my office. We vet the requests, make sure that they're even eligible before they're considered. This body or gang of five meets, and they prioritize the projects. The final decision of whether to approve it or not is then made by this board, but it is based on the recommendation by those subject matter experts in their respective fields.
So should we give you our wish list then?
Sure. Doesn't mean I do not have a vote. I do not have a say. So yeah, I mean it can be considered every year. One other point I wanted to touch on that you mentioned about the money, how it's spent and where it goes and whatnot. It drives me crazy because I talk to my counterparts in San Francisco and LA and San Diego, and they get millions of dollars every year, and they don't know where to spend it.
Tell them spend it here in Samuel County.
I can't tell you how many letters I've written, how many complaints, how much I've whined. And they refuse. It's based on a per capita, so there's a base amount. I think it's $75,000, and then for every 10,000 people above that, or $75,000, you get more, which is how we make it up to 130. But they refuse to leave that system. So San Francisco, they end up buying brand new thingamajiggers, and they have to replace them before they're ever used because they're outdated. Whereas here, if they gave us that much money one year, we would be able to do a lot of good. It's just kind of the way it works, unfortunately.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't want to say anything. That concludes your report?
That is it, unless you have any other questions.
Questions from the board? Nope. I'll open it to the public. No one for the public? Okay, thank you, Kevin. County Council closed session?
Yes. Item number 25, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, subdivisions A and D1 of section 54956.9.
Kevin.
Name of case, Hollister School District versus County of San Benito, Superior Court of California, County of San Benito, case number CU 17-00085. Closed 26, closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to 54956.9, number of cases left. 1, closed session authorized pursuant to 54956.9, D2 and E1. 27, closed session per Government Code Section 54957, public employee discipline, dismissal, or release. 28, closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to subdivision D4 of Government Code Section 54956.9, number of cases 1.
Okay, anyone from the public? We'll go to closed session.